Alrighty. I feel my throat's a little bit better today. Still feels a little raw, but
where's Gav?
getting smaller shit.
Gav should be back by now.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
Rose. I guess we could do a cutscene. I was gonna give it a few minutes and then talk about initial impressions and stuff. I'd open it up for any discussion for any people, you know, a ways through the game. You know, maybe not the whole way through, but or you know, people who can control themselves and not spoil the whole fucking game for me. Maybe I'll do that. I haven't been reading or watching any reviews for it really, but I do hear people just kind of talk about them. It's like I figured there's going to be some taste differences. I usually don't bring that kind of thing up as often, but it definitely feels like if you don't like certain directions or focus, especially if, you know, traditionalism or just how the rest of the series has been, that some people are down on it a bit. I think it's interesting. I think it's especially interesting with Final Fantasy, considering its history lately of not even being the same in every game. I think if anything kind of sparks that traditionalism back, it's probably FF7 remake. I imagine that had a nice blend of RPG mechanics, but action still, and a mix of turn-based, which was pretty cool. Does the dog have a rev? Really? I don't even spam the dog. I should just always spam it constantly. Do you have to press, like, when he hits, do you press it again or something? Precise timing sick. What? When? Really? I'm gonna go to training. This is another interesting facet too. The required versus the just depth just for its own sake. I think that's probably been iffy to some people. I think it depends on how much you engage with the combat and you like it. Because I would say the enemies don't provide much challenge or anything. They'll definitely go out of their way to not really do a whole lot. But that doesn't mean you can't still optimize and do interesting shit. So I can see, I imagine that's a thing for sure. How do I spawn the dog? Oh, torque. Display sick timing.
This one. This one. This one. Over here. This one.
When do you time it?
Sick.
Oh, perfect sick right there. Oh, is it like after certain things? Oh shit. After charges.
This one.
Okay, after the fourth normal hit. Interesting. Or on the third hit in the air. At least precision 6 doesn't seem like it's ultra tight. Okay, you can do it on this charge too. Yep. Precision 6, man. Does it work with oh, it does work with these two.
Over here.
That's the last hit, yeah.
This one. Go for it. Get him.
Okay, not on that. So on all of your moves, you can do it. All of your charges, and on the fourth hit of your ground combo, or the third hit in the air.
This one. This one. Get him. Over here.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up too. I think that's why there's like this mixed feel on it. For me, it's like the game seems focused enough on the story and just the action combat that the other stuff doesn't seem like really that big of a deal to be kind of just there. It doesn't feel like it's a big detriment, but I can imagine a lot of people, not to say it's like not, you know, maybe by the end, you know, not fleshed out as much as it could, or that it couldn't improve it in some way, but it doesn't feel like a detriment. But I imagine a lot of people, like, you know, you see Final Fantasy and you're like, oh, the RPG systems and all this and that, and then, you know, it's a way less focused on that, and a lot of those systems and side quests and stuff are simple. I imagine that's kind of odd. I imagine that's kind of a probably gives people kind of iffy on a lot of it. Like I said, to me, it's like I don't mind too much. I definitely think it's not without its issues there, but I don't think it's like the detriment or like a big blemish. It's just a little undercooked. Like, should they maybe do more RPG stuff to appeal to people? Like maybe they dip too hard into not having RPG elements. Like, you can still have an action game with RPG elements, but I would say if there was a bigger issue, it's not really the RPG elements for me, because they seem to be focused just on raw combat. It's probably more that enemies are just like really easy to kill. You know, I would want the combat to breathe a bit more. But the bosses obviously aren't. And a lot of the optimizations in this are like optimizing your damage and stuff. So as long as you're attempting to do that, it's cool. Yeah, I definitely think it fucks with shit like that. Like rewards and stuff being weak. Rewards being weak. I mean, you do get ability points and gold and stuff too, but yeah, I mean, those all feed back into the same stuff, right? For the most part. Gold's used for crafting and shit. Yeah, I'm very curious how the side content's gonna be in the end game stuff. Like content, because now I'm unlocking like hunts pretty much, and I'm like, is this content that's gonna be like, you know, is it gonna push crafting in any way? Is it gonna push your skills in any way? Yeah, I think it's been interesting. Like I said, I haven't really been reading a whole lot of opinions reviews. I don't want to get like spoiled, but I think it's like what I said at the beginning, is that it's one, if you just don't like the direction, you're gonna definitely be more iffy on. I think taste comes in a lot, or not taste, but yeah, I mean your taste here, that kind of stuff. I think makes gonna make a big difference for reception in this. You know what you think about, you know, lots of cutscenes. What you think about, you know, much lighter RPG elements, especially with like 7 Remake existing. I think if the combat was more brain dead, maybe I'd have issues with that, or if the story was more shitty, which it could end up being shitty, who knows. But so far the elements it focuses on I like enough, where a lot of those things that I would almost just say are more kind of direction focused or taste focused don't really bother me too much. Not to say there's probably not undercooked things, like maybe the side quests could be a little better, maybe there could be a little bit more interesting crafting shit, or you know, rewards or something. They're still unlocking like full systems as I go. No, I didn't realize that was a thing. That's funny. I read the lore entry on Ultima because it confirmed that he was inside of Joshua now. But no, I did not it kind of like semi-spoils shit, but I mean it was implied already. I didn't realize that was a thing, Ultima's Thrall. I was hoping Ultima the High Seraph would be coming out, dude. Oh, at Phoenix Gate. I remember the Thralls now, yeah. That's funny. Yeah, thanks. I mean, I figure when they put that many lore entries at like every moment, they're gonna fuck one up. Because there's a lot of like varied lore entries and shit. Oh, you could do the perfect stick after your burst timing too. On the 4th one if you fuck up. Oh, you can burst out of that? Yeah, I was kind of saying that a little bit too. I get what they're trying to do. Now he's the leader, now the political stuff comes in, you have the map of all the different areas, new, you know, systems for quests, and more of a national focus, where it felt like almost we were just getting the first phase of the story before this. Where you were getting Clive's motivations and his personal arc and stuff. Now it's moving into like the whole world. I get that they wanted like a bigger span of time to jump, so you felt like more happened. But the way people were talking, it does that thing where it's like, hey man, you know, the hideaway, you know, what happened at the hideaway? What's been going on lately? Like it was been like 6 months or something. Yeah, it feels like it could have been 6 months, a year, but instead it's like 5 years. I feel like they were trying to make it feel like it was this bigger span of time, that more has changed. Like it's more of his entire life, right? But I honestly think they could have just not not done that. Just done like a year. But a year doesn't sound as big and crazy, I guess, right? Yeah, I think it could have been a year or something. Maybe they needed more to change, like he had different outfits, or there's like a couple new characters that popped up. I mean, there kind of is, but that's one thing I am hoping happens, is they introduce more characters in the main squad a little bit. I knew they were going to kill Sid, because I mean, he had death flags written all over him.
Think it's alright to touch him?
But the problem, it's one of those characters I don't really like dying because he was like way more interesting alive, because he was way like, he has like a lot of charisma, his acting was good, he was interesting. The problem is there's kind of like a void without Sid, so hopefully they like can put in some other characters that are interesting. I don't think they've pushed Jill as hard as they need to yet. She's cool, but she's kind of just there. Sid's death was like too expected for me to get terribly emotional about it, and his death's more just like a well, he was fun to have around, so it's like hopefully they can replace that with something else.
How much water can a flower drink?
A plethora of characters or just a few more people in it. Like, it doesn't need to be like an FF party, it's mostly about Clive and his folk, but I mean he's working with a lot of people. Gav's cool and all, but he's got that I'm the main generic NPC vibe to him, so I'm not like too crazy about. Yeah, he's not on the same level as like a Sid or something. We'll see. Anyways, yeah, I think it's interesting. I'd be curious if anybody here actually has like, you know, if anybody has any big problems with it, or is, you know, maybe in that camp I was talking about earlier where the direction, the direction's too much for people. Because like I said, I think what it tries to do, there's few things that I think it's too lukewarm on. I think it tries to be too accessible, and then ends up either being too easy or too light on some of its mechanics. But in terms of what it's truly focused on, it's generally just like, I mean, like I said, story and just raw action combat. And while I have a few balance issues with some of that, for the most part I think it pulls off what it's trying to do there pretty well. I mean, I generally like the art style and stuff. People say it's drab, I'm like, well, there's a lot of variety still for a low fantasy serious ass story. I've not felt like it's even that low fantasy. There's a lot of big crazy shit, so it's like, I feel like for what it's been trying to do, I like it. It's good. But I think some people don't like what it's trying to do. And I'm very curious by the end if I'm gonna have other big like actual problems. Yeah, I feel like they're gonna introduce the hunts to me really soon. I've done one hunt. I just found it in the world. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not just the same 5 bosses with like stat differences. I hope there's like cool unique fights. I fought an Aramon. It was not too hard, but it was neat. Cause yeah, that's kind of what I mean, is they try to make the game so accessible to everyone that I feel like the main story and stuff is maybe, all the bosses are fine and all because they have enough health where you could still see all their moves and fuck around. You know, the normal guys, it's like they just get destroyed, and because they're adding more and more enemies to each fight, that's fine. It's kind of just like a Muso-esque thing at that point, but it doesn't really like, you don't really have to dig deep into the combat. I think if they just let you juggle enemies even after death, that'd honestly probably be fun at the normal fights. Not that I hate the normal fights, but I think they're probably a little too easy. Even if they attacked back some more. But yeah, I think it's interesting that like, yeah, 20 hours in, they're unlocking like whole big systems and stuff. Like I just got the Chocobo and shit. It's cool. It feels like, I like the pacing of the game and stuff. I think there's been a lot of big, crazy set pieces, more than I expected. I figured it'd be mostly just walk and talk and political movements and shit like that. Maybe that's gonna be kicking up a notch, but mostly just character work, some world building, and then just big set piece setups. I mean, if you need like a constant Hollywood explosion every 2 seconds, maybe it's still pretty low key, but I do think the map on this map, as soon as I don't know if you guys had the same experience, as soon as I unlocked it and started reading it, I all of a sudden had way better understanding of the whole world than I did before. I honestly think that map
It's alright to touch him.
should have been a thing in the very beginning. But I get why it's a thing now, because the story's focused on the whole, you know, world and artifacts on it and shit like that. We're trying to like manipulate more things, right? Destroy all the crystals, so we'd have more focus on that kind of thing. But I still think it should have just been in the game. Because it's like...
And how may I assist you today? How may I help you today?
Because it's got quite a bit of extra stuff. For me, it's more the country lines. Knowing exactly where each country at all times in the story had like where they were located and who was attacking who and who was taking over who. I think it kind of just elucidated, cleared that up a little bit. The rest, not so much. I mean, it's cool that you can read the lore entries, but I honestly think this should just be in the menus from the beginning. But I guess this is the point where they want you to focus on it more. Because I've seen people who are big into like Final Fantasy Tactics type of games and stuff. Like, where's the map? You know, it helps you understand your place in the world and the permanence of shit, distances, and all that kind of crap. I don't know if they said who. Oh no, it was these people, Waluid. It was a battle to get their foothold back on Storm, and they got it. I don't know if they won per se, but they got the foothold. Yeah. Entire Sunbroik Legion was lost, and the Wallowders regained their outpost on Storm. So, I guess the East. Yeah, I think it's funny that the Empire goes south to take the Crystalline Dominion, and then it's just 5 years and nothing's changed until now. I mean, I guess that could be how it is in real life too. I mean, shit took time, but I imagine when you have a Dominion and they don't, or dominant and they don't, you just insta-roll. So I'm surprised it's been 5 years. I guess they didn't just get it, but... They're powering up for 5 years. But yeah, it's good to see these kinds of systems are here though. If you want to dig in deeper, they've got a pretty strong map. I just wish this map was visible everywhere and it popped up during the story. Having it be a side thing, you have to kind of want to go out of your way, which a lot of people won't. And then some people, whether they know it or not, are going to be a bit more lost on things than they should be. Like, where are the country lines? Which country's which? If you don't like really care, but subconsciously it does matter. They're gonna miss out. Oh yeah, yeah. I just finished with the Martha shit. Gav's back to tell us about what I already know because the map spoils it.
And how may I assist you today? What is it that you wish to learn?
That the Dhalmekians were going east. I don't know if this is gonna be like a super war between Dhalmekia, the Imperials, and this. So one thing I'm worried about, and I really hope it doesn't happen, is that the story gets like I've liked the pace of the story. That we've kind of handled each issue as it comes, and we're taking it bit by bit, and kind of letting the world building and the characters kind of, you know, do their thing a little bit. It's not quite like, you know, crossbow levels of like world building and slow, interesting pace, but I'm hoping it doesn't all of a sudden like fucking just blitz through the rest of the story all of the icons are fighting together and Yahoo or something. Like,
The state of the realm is ever changing, Clive.
hopefully it's just this kind of big long epic. Like I said, I've enjoyed all that stuff, so it seems like it would be the case, but we'll see. I don't know. I mean, he's gonna get what, 1, 2, 3 more of these, possibly. Who knows if some of them are side things. Yeah, I think so too, which is fine. I mean, that's how like Final Fantasy Tactics did it. As long as it's not just blitzing through. Like I destroy Mother Crystal once an hour or something, and then fight all the icons at once, and then the game's over with Ultima at the end or some shit. Because I liked that about Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Where there was all these huge political things, and they mattered because it mattered for the characters, because his Ram's relations to the different people at war. You know, why the wars were happening, because of like the cult shit in the background or whatever you want to call it. It informed like Ram's journey, and then made it so that all of those like issues that were going on seemed, while they were big, they were almost like just kind of a piece of the pie, or like in a way kind of smaller, in a cool way, that like a big war could be like not the biggest problem despite it mattering to what's going on. Was kind of neat. Which is where I like some of the cult shit with the demons and the build up to Ultima and all that shit. This thing's kind of going for that, possibly. Like we're gonna be going for Mother Crystals and the Ultima shit in this. Maybe while all these wars are happening. We'll see them. We'll see if it just kind of retreads FFT a little bit. I mean, we're like an old noble, you know. Just like we're like Ramza right now. But yeah, we'll see. I think it's going to be a little bit more personal for Clive. Well, I don't know. I mean, Titan's obviously done some stuff. We're going to have to deal with his mother soon. I guess Ramza had just as much shit going on. But Ramza had that, like, the drive. That it didn't matter if he was, like, what he was viewed by, or where he came from, or what exactly was going on in the world, because there was some kind of like greater evil happening. And I liked that about Rams. That was cool. You're almost kind of like a tourist through the whole war, but like still had to take part in it. So that might be part of what's going on here. I mean, that's just a cool thing in any video game. The world doesn't like stand still because the main character does kind of vibrate. Like there's wars happening and shit. I just hope it's not like an FF15 where all of the big events happen off screen and then it's over. Like realistically having, you know, like obviously Clive has no reason to be a part of a war right now. He doesn't have an army and he doesn't, you know, that's not his goals. But if there's a point where he should be doing stuff and then it's like doesn't have, it's like all off screen, or there could have been a cool thing that they didn't capitalize on for some kind of like budget reason or something, then that would suck. I'll stay as an island in Ivalis. Yeah, it's pretty people saying this is like the first, you know, dark, serious Final Fantasy. I'm like in mainline, yeah, there's, I mean, a lot of them are still pretty dark, but they have kind of a either upbeat or more vibrant kind of like feel to them at times, because you are kind of going to all these different locations and there's more comedy and you're jumping between more kind of like crazy areas more often. But I'm like, doesn't FFT exist? Did everybody just forget Final Fantasy Tactics, man? Like, it's odd. It's because the graphics aren't as serious, I guess, is the thing. Like, Delita had his sister get shot in like the face, man. Ramses' fucking family's getting murdered. There's wars all the time. This just has more of, I feel like, the Hollywood production value. So people are like, whoa, it's violent and stuff, yeah. I was worried the Game of Thrones influence was going to be too much, but really it hasn't felt. If anything, up until this point, it's felt more like a typical JRPG, story focus wise. I mean, it's you discovering an ancient evil, you know, ancient civilization's ruins, a personal journey to go like super big hero mode, through your little JRPG cast. Like, there's been like, you know, some mature stuff here and there and all that, but I'm sure it's gonna switch focus a little bit here, but I'm glad it's not just like, hey, we're trying to be Game of Thrones, lol. It's really forced. Some of the cursing's been kind of that way. It's felt like a little forced to me.
That broom's as ragged as...
Yeah. Anyways, let's get rocking.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
It's really interesting though. I'm looking forward to hearing everybody's final thoughts on it and reading stuff on it. I think it's quality so far. I like it, but it definitely seems like there could be some mixed takes on it, very divisive, and not just because of its quality. I think because of its focus, which you get that sometimes, right? But sometimes you don't. Like sometimes it's just, you know, this game sucks or it's just bland or some shit. But I feel like this one, it's, for me, it's less so far any big like glaring blemishes or like objective problems with it, and more just like directional kind of shit. Yeah, that's how I feel about some of the side quests. I think because of like the momentum of the story and how generally interesting it is, anytime you have to slow down, it kind of feels like not as interesting. But I think it's more just because the main story is pretty cool when it gets going, or at least pretty exciting. But I think once they spend a long enough time just chilling, I can get into the world and stuff, and it's fine. Because I do like looking at the world. Say what you will about textures or something, but I do like how the areas are laid out and composed and shit. But kind of just taking this like almost like RP pace to it has been kind of cool at times. But yeah, depending on if the side quests or the things you're doing for people really are building the world or not, maybe they could be better. Like the stuff with the brothel lady, I didn't mind that stuff because I liked the area I was in, but I think if you do all the side quests, you more than get the idea of how slaves are treated, and I don't think it's really building the world anymore at that point. Sometimes those can feel tedious, but for the most part, I feel like the side quests have been fine. I think it's more that just the side quests aren't as like crazy and as exciting as the main story, so they feel kind of like too much of a side, like a distraction. Especially in the story up to now where things are pretty non-stop. So anytime you have to stop the game, it feels like it's almost an immersion breaker, because like you wouldn't really be stopping for anything. He's pretty gung-ho about doing what he's got to do. So when the actual main story slows down purposely, like, okay, we're just journeying to Phoenix Gate, taking our time, then it feels more natural to have the side quests, so they fit a bit better. Yeah, I think that's the strength of the side quests. Oh, I guarantee it's gonna take off. It's even got a name. It's the Invincible. I'm sure it will. They gotta have their little Final Fantasy check marks. They even mentioned this airship at the beginning of the game. Sid did. He said they called it an airship, but doesn't look like it's flown in a long time or some shit, right? You know, like I'm sure it will. I don't know if it's gonna happen before or after the Ancient Evil Ultima Man awakens. We gotta kill him. That could just be a very endgame thing. My thing is like, what would the point be? I mean, obviously you could just get anywhere. So maybe they would want to use that to warp around. But you'd have to already have journeyed everywhere. Because if you just had an airship, then you wouldn't journey. So I feel like it'd be more to like go to like islands or weird spots or for some kind of finale, right? You can't just get it right now unless it has a huge energy cost. The blight creeping in? Yeah. Because what's his face said the twins were... Joshua said the twins were going to be fucked soon. And I think the twins were this area, right? I don't remember. That'd be cool. I hope we go down the super... What was it? The East 8? What was it called? The Archaeozoic big hole. I feel like this kind of thing might be like a super boss type of deal though. We'll see though. Yeah, I think that's where side quests have like a strong purpose in this kind of game, and hopefully they can keep doing that or do it better. Because like there's moments where the story's momentum doesn't have room for world building in certain areas, right? Like you can't really learn about, you know, their food or, you know, just how some of the generic people work or how some smaller parts of the world building work, you know, in the main story, because there's just bigger shit going on, right? So that's where side quests I feel like should come in and be strong. I think they've done an alright job there. I think that there hasn't been, I think they've been lax on the amount of side quests for a reason, because they don't want you to get too distracted from the main story. Because even the few that are there sometimes are a pace breaker, depending on the scene they're in. Like those moments where you're like going out to do something crazy with Sid, and then there's like a couple side quests. You're like, why are these here right now? It makes more sense when you're going to like Phoenix Gate or you're slow traveling to somewhere else, right? Like right now it would make sense to have some because there's no like thing that has to be done. There will be soon, but in normal Final Fantasy there's usually not like a really super pressing driving force at like all the time. I mean, there is like reasons they go to places, but there's more of kind of just like a journey vibe where the world is about to like end or some crazy thing's gonna happen, so it fits more to just kind of explore and find side shit. This one, I can see why that's probably they don't have a whole lot of side shit yet, because that's not the vibe so far. FF12 side quests were pretty arcane. I didn't do as much of FF12 side stuff. That was a huge focus of the game, but I just found it really dull. I didn't like the combat or didn't like that Evilus very well. Or the main story of the characters, so I was like, why do I want to do all this side shit? I mean, I did some, but yeah. I don't remember how arcane they were. Not the Huns. Yeah, those had boards, right? I gotcha. I'm gonna make some matcha tea in a bit. Matcha latte. Had a matcha tea latte a few days ago. It was really good. And it doesn't give me acid reflux. So I bought like they're kind of expensive to buy your own powder, but I just wanted to try it. So. I think I get like 5 or 6, like 2-cup drinks for like $7-8. I'm like, that's a little much, but I'll try it once. I don't know why the new things I like to drink have to be expensive. The only thing that's cheap is like soda and stuff like that. Damn it. I mean, obviously I just drink water, but yeah. What do you guys think about all the indicators in this game? Do you think it's too much? Do you think it'd be more immersive if I had to like open the map and or, like walk up to an area to discover where people needed stuff? I generally don't have a huge problem, I guess, with the indicators. I think maybe you could have to open the map, but I think all the indicators are only goofy when you have quests that have like a bunch of objectives, so then your screen's just full of them. Because like I said, I feel like some of the slow moments and journey moment I enjoy because I am kind of just taking it slow and kind of soaking in the visuals and stuff and almost kind of RPing it. But when you have a bunch of indicators, you kind of lose a little bit of that. But I don't think it's been like super fucked or anything. It's not like a Ubisoft game where it's just me constantly going A to B mindlessly. Oh. Jill is definitely got the hots for our guy. He's cool though. I hope they did get a little bit more into her. She's not just like kind of just this side piece. We held hands already. Once. So we gotta do some more. They haven't confirmed if they're like in a romance or something. It feels like they are.
Like to touch him.
But they haven't like went in on it. Why did it show a quest that was called the White Winged Wonder? Have I already done that one? Oh yeah. He just sends you a message after you finish it. Yeah, yeah. It's definitely brewing. I'm down for a nice built romance. I just think they need to do a little bit more with Jill. Like, she's definitely got her personality. I don't think she's like uncharacterized or some shit. But she's almost defined as like being the romance chick so far.
Gav should be back by now.
I guess it'd be cool to see her do some things like solo or put in some direction towards what we're doing a little bit. Like the bits where with her and Sid, I know it's like them prepping Sid to die, but yeah, she was like barely there, even though she was there the whole time.
The curse breakers have returned.
If Martha's gonna get back on her feet, she'll need our help. Whether she wants.
Ah, Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
Big Gav. Big Gav, mate.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head?
And then they'd sit for 5 years.
And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's kind of what I was talking about with the fast forwarding of the story. It hasn't happened yet, but I'm worried it might. Is that, yeah, you kind of are just going to always set piece, jump through these places. Because it would have been cool to see a little bit of the city, the capital city, even just if it was like a backdrop. But instead of just like in a mine, right? You spend this whole time slowly moving up to the capital, And then you just warp into a mine. And it's like, okay, I can handle that once, right? But like, hopefully it doesn't happen every time. It'd be cool to run around like part of the city, or even if it's just like the castle and you just get to see the city from the windows, or even just like a small district. I mean, obviously they're not going to make an entire city that you can run around in because it'd be like infinite budget, but it'd be cool to at least feel like you're there doing something. And not just like, yeah, going underneath it or into a crystal every time. Yeah, exactly. It's like obviously you could have more like striking visual design with all the budget and the graphics these days. If you have all have the art direction. But yeah, it costs a lot more. You could just make like a big city or have more easy backdrops because it's just like somebody just drew it or something, right? So in a slow paced, political heavy kind of story about 5 big capitals, or now there's like 4 big cities. I feel like you gotta have 1 or 2 cities that you can actually fuck around in a bit, right? There's small towns here and there too, but it's mostly about these super locations with the crystals, right? It'd be one thing if like we never went there, I guess, but yeah. Don't want it to be a Skyrim city either, which is just like a small fucking town.
Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to...
Yeah, because that'd be the ultimate, right? Yeah, if they keep building up all this stuff and you actually get to go there, and that feels like, the journey, the big stuff, the mystique and the wonder and, the surprises of like seeing like cool, interesting places, and after hearing about them, to not be able to go there kind of would suck. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, you could be in the castle high up looking over something, or in a small district where you could be like, looking at the castle and other areas around there, right? It's like Midgar or something, right? I mean, not all of Midgar, but like, there's just districts in Midgar. So. We'll see. But yeah, just being there would be cool. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't have a section where we were just in the capital city for a little bit. I guess did we even go into the capital city technically? Or did we go around it? Not even sure.
Starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
So it would have been kind of neat to see the people talking about the Empire and stuff in the capital, and then they just like abandon it. Or there's like weird rumors that something odd's happening with the Akashic stuff. Then you get to see it happen. That brothel, it said, when you check the map though, it says Clive's still in he was still in the area with what's her face, the dame. Maybe they just didn't update it. Maybe they were supposed to be in the city because it didn't look like the same town, but it seemed like, because it looked way too fancy. So I was like, well, it feels like it had to be Oriflame, yeah. But then if you check the map, it's not. I'm like, I have no idea. Yeah, it would have been cool if they had like at least let you walk around the inside of that brothel a little bit and then look out the window or something.
While the 2 nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers.
Yeah, we'll see though. Hopefully we get to go to a couple of them. I mean, right now we should be going, I imagine, to the Titan one.
Ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals. Four mother crystals remain in store.
Is this chick gonna be a bigger part of the story now? The doctor? I find it odd that it's just like Gav, the scout, and like the doctor here at the war table. Like there needs to be like a couple other people.
And Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
Yeah, where's Goats? And the war tactician, dude. Where's my guy at? Isn't Otto supposed to be important?
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the Drake is just a name for them because it's supposed to feel like it's a big creature or the way they're all laid out. Or if it's supposed to be an actual lore thing. You know, to me it just seems like a generic, like the dragon's fang, you know, cave or some shit. I don't know if it's actually any important lore thing. It just sounds like it's a generic thing to me.
There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
I don't know. They just built up the shit with his mother a bit, so I guess that's where we're going.
Who's that then?
My uncle,
The twin side.
Byron Rossfield.
No, the first place you gotta go is the Crystalline Dominion, yeah. They'll never expect us, yeah, to be right in the middle of the war.
Lord
Or that is
Byron
Twinside,
Rossfield of
right?
the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait,
Yeah.
Rosfield. And you're a Rosfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune. Along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Oh, their hands are touching. Or is that her hand? I can't tell. He has red gloves, but he's got black tops on him. I don't know. Their fucking hands touching or not? Yeah. Yeah, she just has one glove. Client reports to pictures of the hunt board. Oof. I hope these aren't super grindy or anything. I don't want to do like a million hunts right when we're starting to do crazy shit. Because I'm guessing these side quests are temporary, right? Or do they like recontextualize them? Because I mean, everybody in the last hideout, not everybody, but a lot of people got killed, right?
Think it's alright to touch him?
Like the old botanist and stuff. And the side quest would have to do with like Sid and shit like that, like he has a daughter. It's like, I feel like if you don't do them right away, then you're fucked. The hunt's probably not.
Won't be long now, Martel. They'll try. Sid, I am,
Yeah,
was
probably.
hoping to speak to you.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yeah, it's just Well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martell's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And
All right, man.
used to more than a few, I'd say.
Godspeed.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
I still don't know
Be
what
nice
this
being the bearer of good news for a
reputation
change.
is.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see?
Find
Once they've
out.
had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some.
Probably end up
Here you
doing
go.
a few hunts.
Martell apples, they're called, in honor of her memory.
Let's see if they unlock them over time or if they just get all of them right
Hear
now.
that, Martell?
Hopefully not.
Today's finally the day.
Did that pan up? That is some FF14 pan up. Where you accept the quest and it like pans up or whatever.
It's not
Somebody was too used to the, or maybe I'm too used to the FF14 quest starts and ends and shit.
Did you come through the forge today? Feels like a still.
It would explain Blackson's.
Oh, do they just add everything to this? You don't have to pick. That'd be cool.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
That broom's as ragged as
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martell.
Martell. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait,
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Others weren't so lucky, though.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, made Martell livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martells, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Desiree.
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh, no. That's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally.
I don't even remember
Would you
you.
like to see if we have any? Business is busy. Still, words are immortal. Come to claim your just desserts?
For now, an inspiring nameless benefactor from across the spins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Okay. The ladies of the court.
Here you are.
Right. Berserker ring.
You earned this.
Meteorite. One meteor.
All in good time, eh? Best of luck out there, Sid.
Okay. So you just get like some freebies.
Clive. Oh, same old.
Which I won't be using much. I mean, I might as well make anything I see, right? But I haven't really needed to. The amount of you get from each upgrade is pretty small.
So, oh. And Sid. But he's still with us too. Quick look. Think you can help?
The hunts.
What's the matter, Nectar? The hunt board? It's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
I already knew that, you fucking bastard. Jesus Christ. Kill them all.
Well, leaving your mighty
He has to be the most mighty of creatures. Everybody else needs to die.
aside for the moment. The people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
the great
I
continent.
don't think so.
Based. Based guy. Doesn't take on a mission he can't win. Man. Care Norvent, Cursebreakers, Harpy. Get a lot of money from these. The hill adjacent to Eastpool. Care Norvent. Are these marked on the map? Oh, I can't even go back. It's funny they would give me they'd give me these. And I can't even do them yet. I'll have to go back and do them later.
Them old apples were enough to...
That broom's as ragged as goat's locks.
Interesting they would introduce hunts and immediately not let you travel around. Yeah, you really just have to accept the kind of shit in this game. Like it is different rails to a certain extent. They're very focused on the pace. Just kind of the momentum of the story, I guess, which I mean, it's fine. Like I said, it kind of depends on what you're after, than just how they execute it. It is a little odd they would like open up a system and then immediately not let you use it. I would just probably give it to you after. Let's see, what's the point?
Breakers send their thanks.
I was like, oh yeah, let's go. Let's do it. But no.
And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Groovy. There's nothing new at the Smith, and there's nothing I needed in the first place. So let's just move on.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
Yeah, where are the people in Ironhome? I mean, if they're all there and all their armies are, I mean, they're the only ones who aren't. They aren't like going and raiding somebody, aren't they?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
What are the Iron people even doing right now?
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
So is his mother a fucking like... Who is she with? I thought she was with the Empire.
Let's go.
No Chocobo riding music. I can't blame them though. You don't want to just hear Chocobo riding music all the time. If they have all these other kinds of tracks they want to put in.
No mistakes.
I want to get off my Chocobo, dude.
Nice try.
Like something down there for us.
Over here! Get him! I'm hurt, Torgal. Go for it! Too slow. Over here!
Over here!
Oh, oops. This is why I don't like having us shift between 3 different ones. They're just on there on the button then. Trying to work in the precision strikes, man. What is this? A thing. Please, if you just want to kill the stuff, just use your powers.
Faster!
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Nothing but loyalists.
Jill, look.
Loyalist. Empress Annabella. So there's an empress and an emperor.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the millers?
You're a long way from home, aren't you?
Oh, really? Night Terror. Guess you have to go to each area to buy these, man. Jesus, dude, look, this for 10K. I mean, I imagine the price of these are thought about when it comes to, Your rewards.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, the Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100-fold legions?
Right.
There was a time my husband might have stood up to those men. Though back then, he wouldn't have needed to.
Mm-hmm. And now, yes, then he was the guy bending over backwards.
Very warm.
At this rate, there'll be none left to help with.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shield. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
Listen to some of the Microsoft trial audio, and I want you to know that Phil Spencer had to literally explain to a government FTC led that they did not have $70 billion sitting around that was going into Activision's pocket. What? I'm trying to understand what that even means. Like that they're paying them right now? Like what was the... When you acquire something, it's not a payment, it's like when you buy a house. You guys thought they had loads of money just sitting around to make some kind of point. Oh, you're buying an asset that has value, so it's a transfer of cash and asset called Activision that you believe retains the value that you acquired. Characterize that somebody been there somehow spent is incorrect. Financially, it's really maybe. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what the fuck is going on, dude? It's a weird day when I'm fucking like feeling bad for Megacorp, man. Are these bodies supposed to be like regulating and affecting the markets and shit? I don't even know what they're talking about. I mean, I'd have to hear more, right? I don't have the full context, but wasn't there some other goofy quotes from that recently too? I thought there was. Oh yeah, where Phil had to like, he had to like say that their games would like under oath would not just be like, they would not be exclusive to like they would also come out on PS5 and all that shit. Does Sony even put their shit on fucking Microsoft systems? I have no idea. It's bizarre. Yeah, that's goofy, man. I mean, that even if it's not the case, it makes it look like they're in bed with Sony with that kind of like bitch chat, which is weird. I mean, I'm not saying that's what's happening. It's just like it comes across that way. It's such an oddly specific thing that Sony doesn't even do.
Left to join the garrison this very moment.
To like ask under oath. Like, yeah, no. love people being just completely out of the fucking loop on everything, man.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way.
One of the Microsoft lawyers aptly hamstrung a witness. The FTC call from Google Stadia and spelled out in excruciating detail for 5 minutes that Microsoft would be making Activision content available on cloud gaming services like NVIDIA's and therefore not engaging in cloud game monopoly. At the end, the judge was like, "You're right, I get it, let's move on." I mean, that's what they gotta do, right? I mean, they have to spell everything out in excruciating detail. I mean, they could just say that's what they're gonna do. Might as well say it all, yeah, in much detail as you can. It's funny though that the judge is like, "Yep, okay." Because yeah, hasn't Microsoft been making deals with people like NVIDIA and stuff already to try to like combat the cloud gaming thing that was levied against them? Literally sustained, we get it. It's like, Jesus, man. I'm supposed to be in Honolulu right now, fucking getting my weenie sucked, but I'm in here doing my job. Yeah, didn't like Phil Spencer half the under oath say that thing about exclusivity? But like he specifically just said PS5. I mean, of course he would, right? Why would he save all Sony systems forever?
These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome.
Alright, man, sweet dreams.
Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
No side quest here. Oh no. Oh no.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Since the apothecary, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystal's collapse?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
Hardly flawless, but at least we won.
More of my mother's men.
I'll get some HP back, man. Is this a chest? Fancy chest.
Good girl.
Alright, off to the north here. Not seeing anything. Those little spots, the blue, are just not even worth grabbing.
All right. Come on. You deserve a round. Get surrounded. This one. Over here.
Like, I at least try to get the precision 6. If I'm not just spamming sick anyways, but just focusing on the precision ones would be good.
This one.
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel. Why then, we owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shield of Rosaria. Stay down! Enough!
Okay.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Oh, we're yelling. What was over here?
Run like the wind.
Just more dudes. Okay. I think you have to hold to dismiss. I wish you could just press a button and like fly off.
Find something, boy. Death.
Found her.
Who?
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
Yes.
We can't leave them here like this.
I mean, it seems a little bit more gruesome than what we've seen before, but
We won't.
not gonna lie, haven't they already been
But if the Black Shields have made it this far south,
wrecking people
they may
everywhere?
already be in Port Isolde.
We don't know these people either. Which, I mean, doesn't mean it's not, like, bad or anything, but... The point is, it's kind of like... Is it anything more... fucked than what we've seen before? I mean, I guess that they're just, like, up there on display. I mean, we've seen people just get tortured and killed and turn into playthings already, so... I guess if it was somebody we knew or something, it'd be one thing. I'm not saying I don't get it. I just don't think it was intense. As they were building it up to be there. I guess the idea is that the Black Shields are just running around slaughtering whole villages, and that's more the problem. Yeah. You can ride a chocobo. Yeah, I think part of it's desensitization. Yeah, another part of it is like, it's probably not that extreme. I mean, the bodies were pretty, they weren't even that fucked, right? They were just on display, which I feel like we've already seen worse. Oh, nice, Muton. Well, there's a lot on there for sure. Hopefully you get through a lot in a month. You'll be in time for Sea of Stars, right?
Ambrosia won't help me here.
Yeah, you can't get on your mount all the time in this, but sometimes. Should be able to, yeah. I mean, that's what you do with everything else. I haven't canceled in a long time, but I did that with PS Plus and it's working right now, so. Also, I do have gift passes for like 2 weeks to Game Pass if people want them. I'm sure it requires you to make a recurring payment account, but who knows? But yeah, that should work. I mean, I think legally that has to be how it is. Like if you paid for a month and then you said you didn't want to pay for next month, they can't just take away your first month. Which controller did you get? Just like an Xbox One controller, like a Series X or like an Elite? Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you like to play a lot of stuff, I mean, Game Pass tends to be worth it. They upped the price a little bit recently, I think. So did Gameplay. But it's still pretty worth it. Probably the Xbox One controller. Well, it's probably the Series X now, whatever that is. I think they're all pretty much the same thing except the Elite at this point.
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
I like the Xbox D-pad. I don't like my Xbox One D-pad that much, but I don't know how the Series X ones are. Nintendo still is my favorite D-pads, but they've declined a bit since the Wii U. The Switch one's not as good, and it has problems where if you jiggle verticals or horizontals, you'll get verticals or horizontals when you don't want them. It's like if I could jiggle to the right, I'll go up and down, which is fucked. But it just doesn't feel as clean. My favorite D-pad's still the Wii U Pro, for sure, but yeah, I don't like the PS4 D-pad because it just fucking destroys my thumb. The PS5 one's a lot better. I was doing this with Street Fighter. They're more rounded, so your thumb doesn't explode as much. It's still one big pad. It's not separate buttons, but yeah, pretty. The PS5 one's a lot better there on the thumb. It's good. It's just because they're, even though it's one big pad, they separate them for style, but then that means you have more corners and shit, which is stupid. And then you end up destroying your thumb when you're sliding across the D-pad, so. Yeah, the Xbox has never had that problem. They've had some really bad D-pads like the 360 one, but yeah. I don't know how the Series X one is. The Xbox One D-pad's a little more of like a click. You click in and press the buttons. It works, but I wouldn't want to play a D-pad game on it. Well, it looks like a standard D-pad, but yeah. I don't really have a big problem with the face buttons on the Xbox controllers. I mean, they're more rounded and stuff. The PlayStation ones are more flat, but I don't like that the new PlayStation ones have no color either. Because you'll see games adopt that, and then instead of color, which instantly lets you figure out the QTE or the input, it's like shapes, which take a little bit longer to react to. All for the minimalism. Okay, cool. That's good. But yeah, enjoy it. The Xbox controllers are my favorite to use for sticks. I hate symmetrical sticks. Because naturally your thumbs are just going to want to sit like this. I'd rather have the things I use the most, which would be technically the buttons and the sticks, to be in the more optimal places, but I get that symmetry looks cool, but I also don't like the materials they use for the sticks on PlayStation controllers. The PS5 one's not been as bad so far, but it feels like it's probably the same material or close to it as the DualShock 4, which ended up eroding so quickly that you slide across it way more. It's like I need grip. I don't have that issue with the Xbox ones as much. I think it's because they don't have that like middle bump or whatever that the DualShock ones do. Yeah, I definitely think the Xbox One's better. Like, I use Xbox One if I want to play with sticks. Although I do think the PS5 controller is a nice step up from the PS4 controller. They both have horrible battery life. I feel like the Switch controller is a fine stick one as well, but the buttons are a little cartoonishly big. Makes it weird to claw sometimes. It's definitely a better stick controller than the Wii U Pro. This Wii U Pro having fucking symmetrical stick placement, but they're both on the fucking top, was always so funky feeling. And then the way that controller sits, where it's kind of like sharper, like digs into the palm just enough where it's kind of like uncomfortable, but it works good for D-pad because I'm farther down. I never liked that about it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll use the Wii U Pro for the D-pad, Xbox One for stick games. And obviously if I'm on PS5, I'm using this.
That'll do, girl.
Didn't happen to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morn, you couldn't see the sun for all the ravens.
We're not gonna tell them. And there's still no perfect all-around controller though. I think it was like that Nintendo has a fucking trademark or something for like a certain kind of D-pad. That's why theirs in the past have always been the best and the competitors have to do like weird shit. Like have them be like separate buttons or some stuff. I don't know if that's still a thing. Yeah, nothing with the perfect blend of materials for me and stick placements with good D-pad. There's always like one or two fucked things about each one of them.
I did, Mummy.
That's why I like swap around a lot.
From down the road.
They tell us there's a curfew, but then refuse us passage back to our home.
The clicky circle. Yeah, the circle. So that's like the elite one or something. Yeah. I've always wanted to try that one, the circle with on the elite controller.
You won't survive overnight. How am I to sell my wares?
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
It is on the standard one too? Okay, yeah. Because my Xbox One controller, it's just like a cross D-pad. Doesn't feel super awesome, but it does the job if it's a low D-pad kind of game. I just wasn't sure what the new ones were like. The DS5 is pretty heavy too. I don't care about the meme shit on this. Haptic feedback has done nothing for me. There's like one or two games that actually made use of it in like an interesting way. Like Returnal, where like partial trigger touch did something and then full did more, but because it had sticks that are triggers that you have to like actually press harder into, that was actually easier to do. It was like almost having an extra button. The doors in this game, yeah. I'm not they mean very little. We were getting on the Chocobo and having a little bit of haptic feedback. It's just a fucking gimmick meme thing to sell your fucking console and sell your shit for way more money than it should be. I'd rather get, I mean, I'm fine with like innovation, but I'd rather cut the bullshit and just make controllers cheaper, but I mean, they want money, so put in some goofy shit and call it a day. HD Rumble.
I'm hungry.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
Blackguards. Can you speak? Can you pronounce the word you're trying to say, brother? Instead of just shitting whatever the fuck out of your mouth. Blackguards. Blackguard.
Over here! Get him! Sick!
I mean, they use it a lot in, what do you call it? What was that, Astro's Playroom, but that's because it's a fucking tech demo. Otherwise, it's just been kind of whatever.
Let's go.
It's had very little, like,
Fly, Ambrosia.
useful use, and just a little bit of immersion use. Useful use, utility. Just like a little bit of immersion. It's definitely a gimmick. A gimmick that probably wears out my controller faster.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
Can we go in here?
We should start with the main gate and see where that gets us.
Oh.
Company.
Imagine not picking up the quest for this chocobo. I hope there's somebody out there who complains
And it looks like we're
about
not
the
only
walk
ones hoping to
speed
get in.
and then doesn't get the chocobo quest. I mean, I am surprised there wasn't some kind of sprint on command up to this point, but I guess that's why. I mean, we were talking about it a bit. It's like, it's probably because they want you to go at like a particular pace to kind of soak the environments. Like, they don't let you get on the mount or run in towns and stuff. Or maybe if you're just busting through, you might not care as much. I mean, in a way, that's a ballsy pick because, you know, some people's patience might wear thin as you just jog around. But I think if you're into it, it works out. But yeah, it'd be funny to like get to this point in the game 20 hours in and not get the chocobo. Surprised it's even optional. Still have like the quest for the dame and shit, but not for the chocobo required.
Let us pass! My children are starving!
Because at this point they expect it, and then the side content, obviously, you want to get the chocobo so you can just run to like hunts and shit.
Have mercy! Voice friends dogs they are! You can't ignore us forever!
Because it's at least just like a different way to move around than the last 20 hours, which I mean, is enough already. Where's my chocobo drifting though?
Hang the chinless bastards! Those crystals belong to us all! I said, where were you, filth? Back to your sties! Cut you down where you stand! Just try it!
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in. I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. And the entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
Zombies.
As long as it is abandoned.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Whoa. Feel like I opened the door myself.
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
I like how those items we find just have no meaning to me. 10 pools of steel silk. I'm just like, item, get. That's all I care about, I guess. I have the item. It's just because like you're not really doing a lot of crafting and it's not like super meaningful. Maybe at some point it would be, but it's just that general like gaming feel of like I'm getting more stuff. That's probably good. Or I found a thing while exploring that feels good. Like that's it. It doesn't go much deeper than that. I see the item and that's it, man.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out. Or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. It's like too good. But see, that's kind of what I've been saying is like the normal fights are like super easy to the point where they're almost like a fucking Muso fight right now. And I think you can make the argument that they should probably be a little harder. There's either more evasion or more like infinite combo stuff you could at least do just for fun. But because there's like big enemies with like big health pools and more attacks you have to mess with, I don't mind as much that there's like these Muso fights. I think they've started to put more and more enemies in because they know that your powers are really strong and you just have more of them. But like, yeah, some moves are so good that it just doesn't even matter, man. It's something I could see people having a bit of a take on. But yeah, we'll see as we go. Really curious what the side content's going to be like when it comes to the combat. Because in some ways I feel like in their quest to make it accessible, you know, maybe it's too accessible. Like, not accessible, but too simple sometimes. I like the combat. I think there's a lot of depth to it if you want. You don't have to fuck with it at all, but there's enough there for sure. But a lot of the fights don't let the combat breathe. Because I think they're trying to not make them too crazy hard or anything. But yeah. Like overall I like it, I have fun with it, but yeah, it's I wonder if maybe it should have had like a hard mode or should have let you tuned it a little differently or should have just been harder in general. The bosses I don't have as much of an issue with there. Not that I have an issue with this. Like I said, it's almost kind of like a Muso kind of fun, right? Where you just use your big cooldowns and bust nuts. And if you don't want to, you don't have to, I guess. But I mean, you're just choosing not to kill dudes even half as quick then. So, and they almost never attack. So yeah, it might just be that way. They might just want you to just kill shit quick and then focus on the bigger fights when it comes to heavier stuff. We'll have to see how the hunts are. That'll be a big one. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting to keep talking about it. Yeah. Yeah, they probably wouldn't want to make it like a Batman or some shit where you gotta like each dude's gotta do something special or something. I mean, maybe they'd want it that way. I don't know. I mean, like I said earlier, if anything, just the ability to infinitely juggle an enemy would be enough for me. I mean, because Devil May Cry, the enemies don't do shit either, but it's more about using your kit to stylishly take care of them or juggle them for like 10 years and do cool stuff. Where the boss fights are more fun than Devil May Cry because there is like a cool evasion system and a lot more focus on optimizing DPS, right? I mean, there's perfect syncs with the dog, there's, magic bursts, there's, multiplier buildups and meters and stuff to spend at perfect times and different utility on certain moves and all that stuff, but yeah. So it feels like it's more tuned for, like bosses and shit. Or if they just made like the little guys not disappear on death and you could just keep comboing them, that would probably be enough for me just to have like some skill expression, right? Just for fun, right? It wouldn't really like hurt the game to have, but you could just do it for fun, right? Like a stylish combat thing. But I think they want it to be more like, I guess they don't want it to be like this infinite combo thing. It's more about like taking the enemy out and moving on. That might be like an immersion thing. Who knows? Because being able to keep beating on enemies after they die is pretty common in these kinds of games. I mean, even like Odin's Tree does it. They had to have definitely made a choice. I mean, the combat director, I mean, that's what they do in their other game. So it must have been a big choice there. If you're not going to have enemies that you can do that kind of stuff on, then yeah, there's not much of a... I mean, it's like, that thing is like, it's still fun to just like use these abilities optimally and just rack them. But yeah, there's a conversation there for sure. I'll have to see by the end how I feel on it. Like I said, I kind of have fun in like a power trip sort of way, dealing with small enemies, but the larger stuff is a bit more engaging, using all the systems and, cooldowns aren't all up and all that shit. So we'll see. I think they could just keep adding more enemies. Numbers, that would help a bit, but obviously more health might be alright. That too, yeah, it might feel a bit more, maybe repetitive. Because, I mean, I'll see a big health kind of like, oh, I don't want to spend 10 hours fighting this guy and I'll just run away. Or just run around him. But then a small guy I'll kill in 2 seconds. So. Some variants there would be okay too. They're supposed to have these shield guys that you have to use certain things on, but I've never seen that really happen. I think it kind of is part of what I was talking about over the last couple days, where they're trying to make sure it's like accessible to the non-action game crowd, and maybe they overcorrect there a little bit or overtune a bit. It's like they already have a story mode and an action mode and a way to automatically do everything with your accessories, so it's like I don't think you need to also make it too easy. Not that I need like crazy challenging games. It's not that kind of thing, like an elite gamer thing. It's that in an action game, like to really fully enjoy the systems, you need some give and take. It's one of the genres I feel like playing on harder difficulties is the most important. Because you delve in all the systems, you learn combos, you play with the evasion, you learn stuff that the enemies do. Where it's like if you just instantly kill them, there's no time for much of that, right? Like I said, I like the combat. I think there is a lot of depth there. You don't have to do any of the depth, which is interesting. I've definitely seen people, because I watched like the first few hours of this game across a couple other streams, after, after stream, after I finish my stream. And then just spam X. They're square the whole fucking time, right? So it's like, there's a lot there you don't have to do. And that's, a part of that's because they want to make it accessible, right? I mean, even DMC has stuff you don't have to do, right? It's just about pushing people into wanting to do it. But this one definitely very, very much so does not push you into having to do any of that. Like, yeah, you kill stuff a little quicker, I guess, but there's no style ranks, right? There's no like really combo meters or anything like that. So if you do dig into it, there's plenty there. It's fun, but there's a lot of people I think who just don't. So I can't blame them, I guess, but it's another one of the many reasons I think this one's probably, I imagine, the reception from the little I've not read any reviews or anything, but from what I've heard people talking about is divisive a bit. And I think it's divisive in more of a, like I said, a taste way than it is like it has big problems kind of way. Not that it doesn't have probably problems by the end, and there's already some weird things, but I think for what it's focused on, it does well. But if you don't buy what they're selling, which there's a lot of reasons you might not, traditional Final Fantasy, tone, how you feel about action games, how much you want to just explore mechanics even when you're not pushed to, stuff like that. Immersion and just patience for stuff like that. Things that aren't like inherently a problem with the game, but are more about like the range of tastes across the board. I mean, every game there's just taste, right? It's like, do you like this? Do you like that? You might not like this then. But I think this one, because it's a Final Fantasy game, because it's a JRPG, I would not call this an RPG hardly. It has RPG elements. It's an action game to me. Could you probably build up some of those things that people like the gear and RPG elements, all that? Probably. I don't really care a whole lot because they're not really focused on it, and they barely even try to pretend they are. But because they do dip their toes in, and because of people's expectations and the legacy and all that, I imagine it's got very divided reception. To me, though, it's so far not really indicative of like the game having like a big issue. It's just more like expectations and stuff like that. From what I've talked with people and stuff, gameplay is typical well received. Story/characters are pretty mixed. So far, I'm in on the story. I think now that Sid's dead, there needs to be a bit more side characters to flesh out what's happening. I don't need like the full JRPG party, but I mean, Jill, despite being here, is like barely here half the time. So I would say that's my biggest thing so far, is like there kind of is a void with Sid dead. So I feel like there needs to be a bit more there, especially if this is going to be a character heavy, more down. I don't want to say grounded because it's not that grounded, but like if it's about political movements and drama and stuff, you need strong characters with a lot of nuance. And I think Clive is fine. I think his arcs and all that makes sense, but it feels like there should be some Jill stuff. Sid was good. His VA was good. He was obviously had something under the hood going on, but like he still had that kind of bravado thing going on. And that was fun. But like now that he's gone, it's like, what else is there? There's the Gov guy or whatever his name is, but like he's just like the head faceless NPC to me, right? Like he's not really like a big character. There's a lot of enemies, but like, yeah, I feel like you need a couple allies. So maybe they'll start building into that. We'll see. Like I don't need just like a wacky band of people like a Yeti or something, right? But like just, a little bit more development on characters I think would be cool. But overall the pace, the story, I've liked it so far. But I don't mind just going slow and Seeing the different issues that pop up and building the lore and all that. I don't think it's like God mode slow storytelling like Crossbell or something, which does have issues by the end of the second one. But like other than that, that's like an example of like, well, low scope, tight, slow, like, but just quality of like world building and shit. This still has a lot of big set piece and Hollywood stuff, despite seeming like it's going to be more about just small political stuff. And it does get into that kind of shit here and there, but it's been more big JRPG plot than I expected. It just has a darker tone to it. I mean, it's definitely closer to Final Fantasy Tactics than it is like FF10 or 9 or something, but definitely got. It's not just like pure Game of Thrones like I figured it would be, which is good. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I hope it doesn't just fast forward to the end of the game. I've enjoyed the pace for the most part. But I definitely think, yeah, now that we're 5 years later, there probably needs to be some more characters. When they're there at the war table planning out their next move, and it's like the doctor, and then the head spy, scout, generic NPC guy, I'm like, all right, there probably needs to be a couple other people here too. It's like it's just Jill and Clive, and then like the doctor. I'm like, they don't really seem like the tacticians, man. I mean, in World, it makes sense a little bit because it's really just about the dominance, but it's supposed to be about the plight of all these people, right? So having them exist would be elsewhere than just in the, needing help or just in the hideout would be good, but yeah, we'll have to see though. I have to see by the end. It feels like it's building up to like a Ancient Evil type of thing. But an Ancient Evil thing with the backdrop of like or the Ancient Evil thing almost as a backdrop to like all this political stuff. I mean, that's how that Final Fantasy Tactics did, and it worked well there because they wove in this like deeper kind of like cult plot as part of a driver to what was going on, and why Ramza just didn't give a fuck about what was happening because he had like a bigger fight and he didn't mind being kind of like a villain and shit like that. We'll see. The modernized report type thing is super good. Warren report thingy. Modernized report type thing. Which thing is that? Like the map? I haven't played Tactics Ogre yet. You like the map with all the different movements that's happened and oh, the lore. Yeah. No, I mean at the beginning I was like, man, this game really needs like a map. It really needs to let me know the boundaries of countries and what's going on and character relations, and I'm surprised it took them 20 hours to put it in. I get this phase of the story is it's got more of a global focus. It's not as character focused as it was earlier. I'm surprised they don't just let you get that with a button. Because I saw some people who are big Tactics Ogre FFT fans bitching them in their first 3 hours, like, where's the map? Where's all this stuff? I want to know what's going on in this kind of game. And it's like, it's funny that they're probably going to bitch about that for 20 hours and then it's there. It's good when it's there. It cleared a lot of things up and made me understand like where things were. It really should just be the default fucking map, personally. Like, it's definitely one of the better maps. It has, every year and everything, right? All the relations. It's strong. It's good. And you can even see the lore right there on the page. It's weird that that's not, like, the map. Or, like, you can't just access it anywhere. It's kind of like the active time lore. This is cute. I would just prefer a button where I could just, like, go into the full lore if I want to. Because why not? Just let me dig in. Just another button, right? Why not? I can go do it in 13 Sentinels within reason, like, why not in this? I like that this is a thing, but it feels like, maybe they don't want you to take, like, big breaks from what's going on. if you're the kind of person who's going to like dig into the greater lore to read everything, I don't think you're too worried. I think you're into it. You're not too worried about taking a break and a cutscene to read about shit. I think they could have done that. Having it be on an NPC is cute, but when you can't go back and do stuff really often, the points where you'd actually want to learn shit might just pass. You just might not care anymore. I'm like, oh, I want to learn about this person or that person, but I can't like look it up until I go back to base, which will be like in an hour. So it's like, I just don't care anymore, right? So I think you should have it on command for people when they want it. And this is a cool way to kind of like halfway point that, but I'd rather just have the map and the lore there by default in the menu. Like, why not? I think that's a cool thing. It's a good map and lore menu. They definitely thought about it, and then they knew that was important. It's odd you get it so late, or not late. We might not, I don't know how far in we are, but 20 hours I'd say is a big chunk of time. So
I've only ever seen one man fight like that, and he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
Agreed. Guys still alive? Nice, well I'm glad all these guys are alive and we didn't actually kill them like everybody else, man. Is this the character we were missing? Finally. The next main character, he's back. Wade.
Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us.
Goofy Wade, man.
Founder, it really is you.
It is.
He used to be the flagship.
So Wade.
Side character. Generic side character. Now there's two of them. We got Gov and Wadey.
We can speak inside.
She got nothing to say to Jill, dude. I mean, she was there back in the day, too, man. Jill's a fucking third wheel, man. Fucking Clive focused to a fault, man.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us.
You said the
Though
line.
we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant.
Join us, Wade.
Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
I like how Wade's less goofy now, man. He's punished. Punished Wade.
My mother. But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we.
So Wade.
Make ready.
So Wade.
This is their main host.
If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else.
Oh, they have like everything that happened to him. They don't show his old lore. He somehow survived. Somehow Palpatine is alive. Hey, they really need to just let you fully jump into the lore and en masse. A super bitch.
If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that.
I think we just beat the shit out of his dudes, and now they're ready to go to battle. Pretty goofy that these guys we just happen to not kill. Or we kill everybody else.
Very well.
The Wade's guys
If
just
that
kill
is
everybody
your
on
wish,
sight, man.
I would be honored
We don't
to
look
serve
like
at
Black
your
Shield.
side.
Yeah, they're fine.
And we at yours.
So Wade,
Probably didn't even have that
let
fight
us do our
at
duty.
all.
With pleasure, my lord.
Face Wade.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
Wade's gonna be like,
I
what?
suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
I guess they're hurting.
We'll show them that the fire in our hearts is not so easily quenched. The Black Shields won't know what hit them.
You're telling me that's the Archduke's son?
In the flesh. Saw him once when I was your age. He had that same look in his eyes.
You are welcome to what little we have managed to salvage.
He's right about the little.
As you wish, my lord. I will be here should you need aught else.
Where a guy Clive starts building up some forces or something. It's cool. I mean, there's always like a new little thing going on, man. That's what I like.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Sir Wade.
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But
There's some
until we
numbers.
arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
Party members. Are we gonna start getting more side characters though? I mean, I did say that, you know, probably needed to start happening. Like with Sid gone, he kind of needed a wider range. I want to buy one of these ones, man. They're expensive.
We'll keep them from the bridge.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village. We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Faster!
Sideways. How was the Black Shields?
Come along now. You'll find them.
The bastards are lucky on you.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
I do think getting off the chocobo needs to be a single press of a button. When I run into a fight and I have to like hold the button down and it's not working half the time, it's pretty bad.
What is it now?
I do think their armor's pretty cool though. The Black
I
Shields.
told you.
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come! Die along with your flame! For Azaria!
For Azaria!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight their battles for them.
Over here!
More dragons.
Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
Oh yeah. Yeah, black armor with like gold trims always just cool.
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point. That this land is in dire need of cleansing.
These guys have so much spinning.
Founder, there's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You mean finish him? Let's try.
It's hard to tell when they're actually attacking.
Well done.
Trying to weave in the dog at its perfect timings is making me do less than I did before. That's how it goes, man. You gotta start. You gotta practice it somewhere, man. Now that we have all these new moves too, I need to decide how I want to handle my stagger.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again.
Yeah. I think most things on Game Pass have some kind of cloud shit these days. Never used it myself, but
I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone.
yeah, I'm sure that would be awesome. I'm sure a lot of the cloud gaming is awesome.
Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die, and her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall.
Yeah, I wonder how many people use cloud gaming. I would like to see the cloud gaming like fields or something, because I mean they still have to make these rigs and shit, run the game, then stream it out, right? What does it look like? Like they're just, I mean they have to have enough for as many people as want to play as. There's just like tens of thousands of like pseudo PC rigs just streaming out games or something. It is, man. For me, cloud gaming is just a no-go because I don't like latency. And you're sacrificing quality too, like visuals. Just to run on something that you normally can't run on, but it's like, god damn it. It's like I don't need to play on my phone. I mean, it's cool. That's probably the more interesting thing is taking things portable to low-end stuff, but it's like it's not even, how do you even control the game correctly? I mean, if you're just playing on like your PC or something and you just don't have as good a rig, it's like, yeah, it's an option, but it's like, man, you're getting such a lesser experience. It's like at that point I would just not bother and just get your own setup later.
Back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements?
I mean, it'd be fine probably for like story stuff, but yeah, anything with fucking gameplay, it's like, damn. Not interesting. I mean, maybe the tech will be there someday, but
A sound strategy, my lord.
not to mention these cloud areas, these cloud gaming things have all died recently. I wouldn't invest heavy into it. I mean, Stadia, you had to buy the system, and I think did you have to pay monthly still, and then you had to buy the games? I'm like, Jesus, for a lesser experience? It'd be one thing if it was like cheaper. That's why it works a little bit better with Game Pass, but oh my god damn it. I just don't know if the tech's ever going to be there to be like comparable to just having it controlled just right there in front of you, right? Maybe it'll be indistinguishable at some point. We're not there yet. What's up, Pasto?
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be...
Oh yeah? Any word on if it's any good? Oh, this is the one I just saw recently online for some reason. It's probably on a thread where it's like a nature documentary or something, but there's weird shit going on. Cool. Oh, it's free. What the? Oh, it's because it's part 1. Yeah. What's the part 2 timeline? Oh, 4. Chapter 5 won't be done till January. So this is going to take a few years. I'll keep my eye on it. I'll probably wait till it's done, but it looks cool though, yeah. I saw a few pictures of it earlier today. Yeah, hopefully it's solid. That'd be awesome. Oh, okay, yeah. See, mine's yeah, those are the newer ones. Yeah, mine just has a D-pad that's just, it doesn't have the circle thing. The circle thing looks cool. They started doing that with the Xbox Elites. But the Xbox One still have like a cross, but it's like a really shitty cross. That one looked better, yeah. Well, if my Xbox One breaks someday, which I've already had one break, sucked. It was sticky. I've never spilt anything on it. I'll go for that.
contained. Were the Vice Regency to catch wind
Oh,
of
cool.
Lord Byron's
Hopefully they put out the whole thing. They're not even charging for it? Do they have like a Kickstarter or something?
in our movement,
Or is the first part's just gonna be free?
they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
What's with these marks, man? These seals. Also, why would you fucking put on a mark like this? Surely the bad guys would know this mark. Unless very few people use it. Just go walking around like, yes, I am a terrorist. Like,
I shall wear it with
badge
pride.
on.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it.
Where the fuck does Clive put all these marks?
If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
Join us, Wade. Nice looking port. Oh, behemoth. When are we fighting a behemoth? Are you even like allowed to have a Final Fantasy game without a behemoth? Doubt it. Well, anymore, that is.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
New character. Got his act.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue! You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to her serene holiness, Saint Sybil, the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Could he just, I mean, I guess this is, could he have some other memory he could bring up? But I guess this is more funny, right?
Curse thee, infectious flax wench.
Yeah,
Even
I
in
mean,
death.
might as well make it based instead of just like, hey man, you remember this small thing that I knew that you knew? It's like, I guess it's more funny this way.
Must
I'll take
thou
it.
plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might
I don't see much
thy
giviness from the
judge
characters, so.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Madu in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint and the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach.
Yes,
Go
Uncle.
on, sit.
Want your axe back, brother?
See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
The good plates. Not the cheap one.
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Viceroy, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Good authority.
By your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Based on true.
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing.
Is this another base character they're gonna kill, Mom?
The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all
Can't just kill every base character.
you being Sid.
And there's no good characters left.
But now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford?
Jesus Christ.
My cutlass. This will be fun.
What is he coming with us? Yeah, I think having moments of like, you know, even in your most serious shit, bits of levity or ranges of like emotions and personalities and stuff make it more believable. And yeah, I mean, it's Sid was kind of that way where he was kind of like the somewhat fun kind of guy, but having it be like some old goofy family, like rich family member guy fits. Because it's not like he's like dead serious, like political leader, but he has a little bit more room to be a bit goofy. And they could tie it back into their history and shit. It's good.
Over there. Go
She's a fine ship, isn't
Refreshing is a good way of putting it.
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
We're going back, and then we're coming back. I mean, I guess if it's going to take weeks to set up. How long, does it really take that long to set up a ship for 3 days travel? God damn. I mean, maybe the dudes need some time off too, man.
Only the Founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
New questies. Can I go anywhere now? Yes.
Typical nobles.
Now I can do
I
hunt.
never hear about these guardians
There are
of the
new
flame.
billets being posted
Same way
every
they never
day.
heard about us.
But not enough swords to see to.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. That normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what'd you say?
We can unlock some new crafting shit.
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
How may I help you today, Clive? Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Okay. Adjacent to Eastpool. Care Norvend. I should probably do this shit first.
I could have sworn we had a few.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? It's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these
Joking. I was thinking like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if you played an RPG as a cook? I'm sure there's a lot of those.
Well, I'm no hunter.
Starfield, you can be a cook
First ton of
class.
worm I
That's so
came across would be the
wacky.
death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff.
We'll
Would you help
see
me
if
resurrect
that's
one of these recipes?
if it's got the breadth of RPG options that it's pretending to have.
Something tells me
I
you
hope
won't
so.
be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
Later, dude.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
Goats. Goats.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like every clumsy shit. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. And now every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for. Now piss off.
All right. We're going. I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of hail. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
Karen.
Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop.
At the job.
Don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something though.
Summit.
Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe. Care Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
Groovy. This is the new one. I don't know if you just have to memorize these locations or if they mark them on the map. Clairview, Caernarvon Westgate, the Broken Hill. I've seen it now. I guess we just gotta go out there. There's one out in Clairview. There's one in Lost Wing. Or around here. I think so. Clearview, Caernarvon, Westgate. Rivergate. Can I go through this way? I hope that's what they're talking about.
Good day to you.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. Be back. trying to get a little food there, my bad. And my brother might go out and get something here in a few hours too. For now, it's side quest time. Since you have a set, like a continual accumulation of renown, I wonder what some of the end results will be. I'd imagine they'd have something, not just some generic crafting mats for like the finale. That would be pretty much doing all the side quests, right? Oh, it does tell you hunts. Marks available in region. Cool. I mean, it doesn't tell you where they are, but if they're in the region. Alright, I'm trying my matcha powder. Pretty good. It definitely tastes different than like Dunkin' Donuts. Imagine a lot of it was. I just followed the recipe on the back, which it's mostly milk. I could water it down a little bit. See what I think. That's good. I put too much artificial sweetener in there. Cellar passage. That said it was in Clairview. One of them was. The other one was on the west. Norvent Gate? I don't know, that just means it's down this way or what?
Come on. Yeah.
They're not interested in fighting any level 13s.
All right. Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
Okay, we're in the right place. They said they carry Norvent Western
You deserve a rest.
Gate, but there isn't one called that, it's just implied. And this is the west side, so it's the west gate. B.
Leatherwork will have to wait.
Morgul, look sharp. To me, boy. I'm hurt, Torgal. Get him. Over here! Attack!
It's been good so far.
You're a fine hound. Not good. Once we're all ready, I'll be fine now.
Going for a bit more of like a orchestral, serious vibe, but they still let him do some stuff with some more range too, which has been cool.
I'm hurt, Torgal. And another! Over here! No good. Too slow. Nice more. Over here.
But yeah, I would say so for sure. There's been a few bangers, but they've all been interesting, if not just atmospheric at least. It's not just been orchestral stuff either. I mean, generally they're going for some kinds of moods like that, but some of them have gotten a little bit more wild, like some of the Soken stuff. It's good, there's good range. I don't think it's like beating out the FF16 soundtrack or anything yet, but it's solid. There's a lot of you can definitely tell it's him. There's a lot of times where I'm like, man, this felt like it just got ripped out of Heaven's Word or something. Yeah, it's been good so far. I like it. You like action games, so I feel like you'd enjoy it. I think they said it would be a year till PC. It would, or something like that. I don't think it's like perma exclusive. Could be wrong. I'm gonna go through this drink in 2 seconds.
Is something there, boy? Could that be our man? Are you all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
Around
More likely
Jay.
than not.
Here's that.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She send you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... Well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would.
I mean, I don't know 100%, but I don't think it's going to be exclusive forever.
You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you.
Sony and Square are usually in bed together, but I don't think Sony pays them enough for perma exclusivity.
Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's mood.
Just temporary. I think the value of being ported to PC is just not enough for them to buy anymore. Now there's a fucking warp. We didn't get this before. Because we started 2 feet past it. Probably. It's a nice track. You really only hear some of these tracks if you come back for side quests.
Keep them pilgers nice and chilled.
Look at this place.
I don't know what I'm looking for out here.
Fly, Ambrosia.
A harpy? I see a harpy, I think.
That's what I think it is. This isn't going to be easy.
Go for it! Fire and flame! Get him! Help me, boy. To me, boy.
This one.
Too slow. Nice try.
Hunt. Got a lot of money for the hunt.
Rest well. I know I will.
We're supposed to go on here somewhere. On the other hunt. I guess we could do the side quest first. I don't remember the location. Was it Lost Bloom? I want to say it was. Maybe not. Alright, buddy. Sweet dreams.
Company.
I don't know what kind of creature we're looking for.
I can walk from here. Let's go.
Faster.
Wish they let us just write it down or access it. Might not have been up here at all. Problem is, it's quite the trip to go back and check. I think we're after some kind of drake. recognize these areas. Is this him? Would have shot him out. Would have kicked me off the map.
That'll do, girl.
Well, let's go see what this is about first.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other.
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up, hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer, when there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do.
The meat just laying there, man. I mean, I guess if he expects to sell it all today.
3 reeds would be your best bet. Memory serves.
Thank you.
Laying out in the open.
You've been most helpful.
A little bug nibbling on it. Yum yum.
Stay sharp.
After what the Empire did to Martha.
Don't you go causing any trouble now.
Not here. Ready, girl? Run like
Just
a
good.
wind.
Just teleported in front of me.
Scorpions. At least I know what I'm up against.
Over here! Get him! All yours, Torgo!
I better get this back to Yvonne before.
I read the hunt board, man. I really have no idea what section they're in. Have to take pictures or write them down or something. Imagine the hunts will pretty much always be there, but the side quests
Did you
probably
find our
temporary.
mystery ingredient?
I did indeed.
Marvelous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long.
You have to like depoison them? I mean, Jesus, dude.
I present
Chance's stew, risen once again from the ashes of obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss.
What's up? It's not poisonous, brother.
Odin's teeth. What an assault on the senses. It's like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency, there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavors, but never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's stew sits before everyone in the hideaway. A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
What is this, pal? The soup just mindfucked them. Getting the +1 gear.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lee.
And with a bit of luck. How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
You're joking.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive, you didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor. And again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Right on, brother.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. I wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted. I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
Sure. Mate. Player's belt recipe unlocked. okay.
Back, are ya?
So if
So,
it's
will it be?
worth making. Electrum. Pretty good. Except. Excellent braces, gelatinous mass. How do I get these? Are these from Hunts? Electrum. Gelatinous man. And they're pretty good.
Anything else?
It's like Jesus, dude. All that stuff and I can't even make the shit, man. Where the fuck is it?
Deadlands wouldn't be half as bad without all the bloody dust.
It's coming up. They're just hanging out.
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these guardians of the...
Alright. Belphegor, the Broken Hilt, Rosaria.
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. All yours.
Oh, Christian roll.
All done?
Well, if we want to use some of these items while they're fucking relevant, you definitely need to do everything. The only problem with an accumulation system like that is if you don't play in, and they give you gear that's supposed to be, good for certain times, then you fall behind and you don't get as good as shit. The Trails games I've played have a little bit of that. Sometimes they'll have stat gear. Usually it's always something useful forever, like certain accessories, but like I like accumulation systems like that's fine, but yeah. You don't do a lot of side shit, it definitely doesn't. Kinda have to be all in or nothing, man. How's a Dragon's Hilt? Oh, the Broken Hilt. Gotcha.
No use calling Ambrosia now. Good girl. Be safe.
Belphegor, not on the toilet like it asked him to you. I think that was Belphegor.
The wild wyvern. Numerous area.
Another! Help me, boy. Sickles! This one. To me, boy.
Hope there aren't any more of them.
Ruby. I don't know where those other two mats are. I don't even know where I can find out where those two mats are.
monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
And what can I do for you? You'll not find a better price than that.
A sea voyage this time, is it?
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
All of them for now. Well, they all seem to be unique monsters. I mean, some of them are reusing models and some attacks. Like, I think the wyverns had like, the drakes had like 2 claws in a row, but this one had like 3. That's fine. I mean.
Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the mother crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Drastanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity. The Mother Crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drastanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here.
Alright.
Let's see if Jill's ready.
I find it interesting that everybody sent their armies to the Crystalline Dominion And then our guy's like, hey, I'm gonna go attack the crystal of the place whose army's still there. I mean, maybe it's just easier to move about.
Typical nobles.
I mean, I know he said
We'll
they'd
be
probably
able to see.
expect it, but
One way or another.
he went to the desert. But
You ready?
I think so.
Jill. When you talk.
how big of a trap could they set? I mean, they have to send their armies, significant amount of their forces east, including the dominate, you'd imagine. So
Told me you had to come to terms with your past. You weren't talking about destroying Drake's breath, were you?
No. I spoke of Imran, the leader of the Crystalline Orthodox. The man who made me do all those unspeakable things. I'm going to kill him. It's what I need to do to put the past behind me. What I need to move forward. And I know that I can do it.
that man.
If you're there beside me.
Always.
And I'll be beside you, too. We'll bring down the Mother Crystal together. All while Sid looks on.
We'll make him proud.
Hopefully they just don't bother saying either, right? Make it more complicated and nuanced. Revenge where it's good and revenge where it's bad. Who cares, right? I'm guessing we're not gonna see their home. You'd imagine we'll go to the capital at some point of this place. The mother seems to be certainly a part of shit. Yeah, I think these like supposed to be the kingdom lines. They're not terribly descriptive. Yeah, I don't know how we make that gear. Said we needed like 2 rare things, and I don't know what random critters out there I haven't fought, but I'm just sure as fuck not gonna go grind anything out just to find out. I don't feel like looking things up either. Our plan: to go to the place where all of their soldiers still are, kill their leader, and destroy the crystal. If they weren't super weapons, then I'd be like, wow, that's a pretty bad plan. Not a great plan either way, but because it's not really like the state of things really benefits attacking the Iron People compared to anybody else.
Useful trick. Freezing and thawing the spray to make mist. How did you learn to use your powers like this?
The Masters made me do it. When the Crusaders took to the seas, to keep the fleet's movements from prying eyes.
But if there's just a giant thing of mist, wouldn't it be pretty obvious?
I'm fine.
Maybe there's a lot of it.
Not.
This may be the only chance I get to go back. My only chance to put things right. I have to do this. Whatever the cost.
All right.
What are we dropping the mist right when we get there?
There she is.
Not the most important time.
The Iron Kingdom's mother crystal.
Drake's breath.
Strong currents, sharp rocks, and ether floods. Let's not forget them. This island is a natural fortress.
But safety breeds complacency, allowing a single rowing boat to slip in unseen. The sanctuary is inside the mountain. If we follow the old trail, we should be able to enter by the back gate.
All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
I always imagined when I came here it would be to reclaim it.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches for far too long.
As was I. For 13 years, this rock was my home. I know its secrets only too well. This path was abandoned after an ether flood. They don't guard it anymore.
The perfect little shortcut.
Jewel Arc.
They're all Akashic.
The ether flood must have spread. It was never as bad as this before. And the only way past them is through them.
Over here!
Review. How's my man struggle on every iron door?
Was that an earthquake?
They happen all the time. That wasn't even a bad one. It's nothing to worry about.
You say so, lady.
Too slow.
this one. Over here. Attack. Get him. Too slow.
The old armory is just up ahead. We'll enter the caves from there.
Okay. Breath of the Wind Aerial Blast. Temporarily increase attack proficiency with each precision dot. I do a lot of dodging.
Ugh, look at this place. What a mess.
Wait.
Number 2. Juice version.
It's turned.
Nothing a shield of Rosaria can't handle.
Memory lane.
Just like old times.
Horse
Sure to keep
breath.
clear of his paw.
Believe me, I mean to. That's foul.
Don't breathe it in.
Over here. Get him.
What the hell was that?
Over here.
Oh, with the Berserker one, you get like a special deal. That's cool.
I still can't believe they can jump. Don't these things have roots? Give me! Attack!
Stop!
I like the berserker thing because it makes the dodges look like they're like going even harder, man.
Press on.
Yes.
It's like a furnace in here.
We're inside the volcano. You get used to the heat, though I don't remember it being quite this hot.
Things are going south, I'm sure. As they seem to be doing everywhere.
Was that one cause for concern?
It was. And they're getting bigger. Something's wrong.
This one.
At least they've set that up, that everything's going to shit. I mean, that they just happen to get here, then everything starts going to shit's always kind of funny, but at least there is like a setup for it. I think I'll get rid of the ranged one and put this on instead. It's cool having some range shit, but got built in just for some of that.
This one. Go to. Nice try.
Is there any other cool ones? I mean, 30 defense. Pretty good. Lunge damage. Ignition damage is good. I mean, 20% potion healing is pretty nice. Is it just basic potions? It says potion. Who knows? Is it 20% of whatever they are? Or is it 20% on top? I don't know. If I had the 11 bolt one, I'd probably put that on, but I don't know if 12% ignition damage is really worth 20% less healing. I mean, if we do have a hard fire, right? I mean, nice to have big potions. It doesn't really do anything right now, but I wouldn't go for flat numbers. Well, I mean, no, flat numbers, I guess. It's just not something in the long run. You just keep on like forever, right? I'm supposed to be going? I don't think so. Maybe it's an alternate path. Where it just came from? We don't have a map. I have fucking no idea. I think it's just an alternate path. Yeah. The flat numbers are big enough, they can be really strong, but if they're not, they don't scale, so you're bound to just switch them out eventually. And I feel like the attack ones and defense ones were already scaling pretty poorly. Early 30 defense is pretty good though, considering my total is like 197. Almost like a 20% jump.
Is there no other way across?
Maybe she's got our back here. Be back. No, never mind. Heard some weights drop. My brother fucking killing himself.
This is going to be close.
I'm flabbergasted she's doing something. Yeah, that's what it's about. I want her to. She's like cool. I like her design. Her just having a little more agency in each cutscene would be good.
Guess not.
Like, this is her big thing, her big time, right? Hopefully she's more active in the conversations going forward.
They don't look too tough.
Perhaps not alone, but in numbers like these.
This one.
Doc wants us to go that way. I go this way.
Well, we aren't going this way.
Let's look for another path.
Okay. Alright. At least the big crystals always look cool.
Drake's breath.
We're nearly at the oratory.
And if we're gonna have to fight biggest Manus alien Miss Dudus Altamar Typhon again.
What the hell is that?
The moose.
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, whatever it is, I don't think it's friendly. This one. Too slow. To me, boy. Over here. Over here.
How you can parry that? Well, I figured the gelatinous ooze would come from the moose, or the whatever the fuck these guys are. The moose. The mouse. The ooze. Ooze boys. They've been around forever though. Alright, Judgment Bolt. Not gotten one of these yet. The big boy one. Why they massive cooldown? It's odd to me they don't show the cooldown anywhere. An even bigger boss. Most likely. this guy again?
One of the demons. But they never leave the lava.
If I didn't know better, I think this volcano was about to erupt.
Why attack us then? They're peaceful creatures.
Then this one must be the exception. Get him! I'm hurt, Torgal.
There goes one I want to break.
What's it doing?
Nothing good, I'll wager. Too slow.
Yeah. Let's go. I think we need him, Miles.
You hurt.
Just hot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Quite a commotion our friend made. Let's hope the guards didn't hear it.
The gate to the inner chambers is just up there. Then we make for the sanctuary. I need to finish this. Before the heat finishes me.
Here, here.
We'll enter the Comric by the Handmaiden's living quarters. It was always a hive of activity.
Sounds like we'll have a hard time staying out of sight.
We won't have to. There's someone
Can I
there
still do
should
the
very much
range
like to see.
counter when I do the super dodge? Can't tell. Doesn't say I can't.
Lady Marley. It's me. By some mother. Jill, it can't be. It is, my lady. We cannot talk here. Come with me.
I was hoping none of these people are at him out. I imagine they don't have much love for these people, but probably some fear.
I'm so glad you're safe. And I you. Why ever would you risk coming back? Are you a fool, girl? Or have you grown tired of your freedom already?
Forgive me, my lady. But I had to come back. There are things I left undone. Tell me, where is the Patriarch?
At this hour, he'll be in the Comric, giving thanks.
You mean... Oh, that fiend! Clive, we have to get to the sanctuary. Now. Lady Marley, you must flee this place, gather your things, and go.
Now listen here, Jill.
We have company.
This way.
I think somebody ratted them out.
Follow this
Unsurprisingly.
passage. It leads straight to the Comric. Go on, stop dawdling.
Thank you. You were always so kind to me. My light in the darkness. Take care, my lady, please. You deserve better than this. A long and happy life, promise me.
Why doesn't she just run too, man?
I'll live if you promise to do the same.
Come on, Clive. We're nearly at the Comric.
All right.
That up. Imagine that's the heart of the crystal or something. Oh, it's not very deep in there.
Here's our welcoming party.
I've had enough of their hospitality.
Oh, what's this one? Thank you, doggy.
How many of them are there?
Too many.
Get him! Help me, boy. Find how.
Right when I see it. No.
Right.
Gets caught doing that animation.
Clive, there's something I need you to know. I saw the Patriarch do things no one should have to see. And so I swore that he would die by my hand.
I understand. I faced my demons, then you must face yours.
Don't kill Steeler, man. Hands are sweaty as fuck. Oh, dog on that way. This is where we came. Got turned around. The hallways don't exactly look super different. Potion City, man.
We're nearly there. Just one last push.
Farewell. Wait. Too slow.
This would died a while ago, yeah. This is a time skip. 5 years after. Yeah, he was too based to live. Sadly. The void is noticeable. Poor bastard. They're adding some new characters in there. Yeah, he was pretty cool, so I almost would have just preferred he didn't croak, man. Grace of the Inferno. I don't like Will of the Wisps much, so. Some more active abilities. That's the Patriarch. I don't seem too worried we're coming, man.
Shiva's dominant. Come to beg forgiveness for your failure.
For years, I followed your orders. Fought your wars. All to protect the children you took. Just as you took me. And what did you do in return? them in chains and you slit their throats!
Fiend.
Their souls were sullied with a stain of ether. I merely cleansed them of their corruption. A penance paid, just as the Holy Mother wills it! Repent, abomination! For a monster like you to set foot in the Holy Cymric is in itself a crime deserving of death.
You're right. I am a monster. And my soul is stained black. Though not by ether. But by the evil of men like you, who made me close my heart and drown in darkness when I should have raged against it. This is my penance. I will be your monster no more. Nor will I suffer you to create another.
Does the beast
the big
bare
creature.
its teeth at its master? Come then, dominant. Rage, be as you have ever been. A monster!
And what are you, Imran? I was forced to kill. You do it by choice. But never again. I bowed to you once. Now it is you who shall bow to me!
Kill them.
Now!
Right!
Oh, Joshua. Corrupted Joshua. Why did these random dudes think they could take these super people? Always the smoke. Loud.
Come on. Remember how it felt?
Warming up.
Why can't I do it?
Do it the hard way, brother. An arena has formed. A perfect circle.
Please, just once.
It's gonna have to go sick on
That
the.
lava back forever. We better make this quick.
Waken!
To me! Too slow. Nice try. Get him.
Yeah, the Pepsi man.
This one. Over here. This one. Damn it.
Go.
All right. I won't take long.
Oh, or you'll turn into a fucking dragon.
Too slow. This one. To me, boy. To me, boy. Sick. I'm hurt, Torgal. There's a good boy. Help me, boy. I'm hurt, Torgal. And another! To me, boy. Get him. Over here! I'm hurt, Torgal. Over here! Nice try. Too slow. I'm hurt, Torgal.
I don't know when he's gonna go, he just fucks around forever. He's got like a fucking 10-hour wind up when he's doing the crawler for him. As he stops, shakes his ass a bit, then starts rearing up to go. I'm like, I'm fucking dodging miles ahead of time. Liquid steam.
Jill!
I'm going to finish this, Clive.
Where is he? Dude, I'm just fucking hot. Oi! Open my door.
Here! Use this.
Sid. You're one step closer to freedom.
The crystal. What did you do to it?
Oh. We destroyed it.
What? But... Monster! Monster! Do you have any idea what you have done?
I do, Father. I have killed the monster and become an outlaw. May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
It's over.
It is.
And Shiva exacted her price.
She did.
Again, the burden fell to you.
And I bore it willingly. This was a sin for which I had to atone. Now I can continue at your side with my head held high.
Alexander, come on, man. Kissy boo somewhere else.
Clive, look.
It's just like the one at Phoenix Gate. Damn it. We need to leave.
Agreed.
Mysterious Mano. my black coat nightmare. Won by the FF16.
I kept my promise, and now you keep yours.
Is this a different hooded? Who's that hooded man? Is that just Ultima running around? And this is actual Josh. I mean, Joshua doesn't wear the hoods anymore. That's right, man. He changed his look.
This way, Your Grace.
Your Grace.
You're bleeding. I have a tonic which will...
I thank you for your kindness, truly. But I assure you, I will survive. Please, save your medicines for those who need them most.
Oh, well, if you're sure...
For a moment there, I felt my brother's presence.
You did?
I fear he is in Ultima's thoughts again. But why now, after 5 years of silence?
Crystal in his...
I cannot keep him sealed away much longer.
Oh, that's the Ultima thing.
Your Grace.
No, do not dirty your hands. Look at them all. Like a river flowing to the sea.
Or moths to a flame, perhaps. The crystalline dominion, their light in the darkness. More and more lose their homes to the blight and set out in search of sanctuary, while others lose their fortunes to the Dalmekian levies and leave to find new livelihoods. What is it that you seek in the Dominion, Your Grace?
Oh, Dion Lesage.
You mean the Crown Prince of Sanbreque?
He has many titles. Dion the Bold, Prince of Dragoons, Odin's Nemesis, or simply Bahamut. I met him once, when we were children. He was a chivalrous soul even then, and has served his empire indefatigably ever since.
And you are confident that he will listen to what you have to say?
Our world lurches ever closer to the abyss, and a hidden hand ushers us onward. Ultima's influence extends to every nation, Sanbreque included. If His Highness is the man I believe him to be, and I pray that he is, this truth will not have escaped his notice.
And when you've done something about it?
As the mother crystals fall, the eternal flame wavers, and the azure sky begins to bruise. How lucky we were to be blessed by the crystals, and yet how spoiled. Like canaries in a gilded cage, growing fat on seed. But now, the bars are closing in, and we must take flight. Painful though it be to leave our home behind, it is what we must do to be free. Which is it that men cannot live without? A blessing that leads to damnation, or a freedom that leads to deprivation? I do not yet know the answer to that question. Do you, Clive?
Your Grace, let us find a place to rest a while. We can return by the Dalmekian trail once you have recovered your strength. I realize your duty is pressing, but if your health should fail...
I know. Thank you, Yote.
Yote. Big crystal. When they destroy the heart of these, does it destroy every mini crystal out there too? You'd imagine so. Guess I haven't covered that. I mean, they're all broken off at the same one.
The army's attempt to breach the Empire's defenses and gain the Isles of Ark has failed yet again.
Okay. I need to open my door. I'm like a fucking lobster.
Only because your fleet has proved as impotent as a eunuch on laying night. Would you rather we simply fell back to the capital?
Enough, both of you. All here agree that the Empire cannot be allowed to maintain its illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, our casualties mount with each passing day.
There is a literal sea twixt you and your prize. The armies of Sambrek need but sit back and watch as you harmlessly lap against their walls. They are dug in like ticks and seek to draw out this siege, knowing the capital's stores are nigh bottomless. And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might reap. Republican soldiers starve while waiting for orders from Randalar.
If you would but take the field, their bellies would be full by nightfall.
If I take the field, so too will Bahamut, and our duel will shake the island to its foundations. Instead of liberating the Dominion, you would doom it to destruction. Unless that is what you desire.
Stupid
if our
old
learned
man.
advisor has a solution to propose, we should be glad to consider it.
Bastard. Never trust the elderly, apparently.
Is that the Emperor's?
Come to betray her again, huh?
What is the meaning of this, Lord Kupka?
What it means is that I am disinclined to advise you any longer. Ah, the looks on their faces when you walked through those doors. A perfect picture of stupefaction. They could not believe their eyes. Though I confess, I had my own doubts whether or not you would accept my invitation. Such shocking news. Sid isn't a son of a whore. He's the son of an empress. Your own dear Clive.
Absurd. Who fed you these lies? I have never spent a moment among criminals, save at the gallows. I came here with my son, not to entertain your baseless accusations, but to put an end to the senseless hostilities between our nations.
Very well. You need only agree to the terms I set out. Sid took the life of someone dear to me, a woman by the name of Benedicta. I swore to take his in turn. This would not be disagreeable to you, I take it. You would finally be rid of the stain on your noble name.
This man's obsessed.
In
5
return,
years,
I
bro.
will leave Sanbreque in your capable hands. Your Imperial Majesty.
Such a lust for revenge. Ooh.
And all for the love of a common whore. Dominant or no, one cannot hide one's breeding. And beasts will ever belong with beasts. There are greater things in store for you, my darling Olivier. Soon enough, you shall be the crown prince of Sanbreque. And when your father goes to meet Great Griga, you shall be emperor of all you survey. The old order shall come tumbling down, and you will rebuild the world in your glorious image. Soon.
Hopefully nobody's listening in, man. Is this Ultima making some playthrough or some shit? She definitely seems to be double, triple crossing everybody like she did earlier.
She's been in there for hours. Something must be wrong.
She's naked. Kya! Baka hentai. Some sword.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Electrum. These must be just haunts or something.
Should last you a good while. Not my best work, but it'll do. And?
Groovy.
Sid, I know that when we came to the hideaway, we chose to let go of our past in order that we might focus on our future.
We did.
Nonetheless, I was wondering if... Well, I know you are from Rosaria, and I'm in need of someone with intimate knowledge of those lands. Apparently, the duchy is home to all manner of curative herbs found nowhere else in the realm. Among them is a flower called a morganbeard that increases the potency of lesser medicines.
I can't say that I've had much practice healing. My youth was spent in the Bailey.
A shame. You see, the hideaway relies heavily upon medicines procured from afar. And when those shipments are late, well, it's our sick who suffer. If we could find this flower and learn to grow it here, we might save many lives. However, as you are well aware, Imperial occupation has rendered the roads unsafe for those like me, untrained in the military arts. Now, I'm not asking the busiest man in the hideaway to drop everything and make the journey for me, but if you happen to be in the duchy on other business...
Tell me of these morganbeards, then.
But of course. If my old tomes are to be believed, the flowers are bright yellow and as large as goblins' eyes. Oh, and they grow in the marshes of Sorrowwise. If I am to propagate them here in the backyard, I will require several samples, preferably of blooms which have already gone to seed. And before I forget, I do seem to recall learning in the course of my research that their odor has the tendency to attract unsavory creatures. Nothing you cannot handle, though, I'm sure.
Unsavories.
Let us know if you find any rotten planks.
If you need out, just ask Nan. She's got a load of new stock in.
Then.
Oh, bother. Whatever am I to do now, Clive?
About what?
I've 2 dresses that need stitching, but I haven't got a scrap of linen. Those girls' rags are so threadbare. It's a wonder they don't fall to pieces. And we most certainly cannot have that. A certain amount of decorum must be maintained, even here at the hideaway. You wouldn't want the poor things going without decent clothes now, would you?
Sure I would.
Of course not. What can I
Save
do
me
to
some
help?
money.
Oh, aren't you a dear? You see, I've paid for 2 bolts of cloth from the
Stockpiling
drapers
my
in your
guild
fridge,
for no reason.
blue and red. But they don't deliver, not to places that aren't on the map anyway, so I'll need someone to take this receipt and collect them.
And you'd have this someone be me.
I would. And don't let them fob you off with anything less than what I paid for. 1 bolt of blue and 1 of red. I expect them both.
Mm-hmm.
They said they'd give us new clothes. With no coin.
No coin necessary. Life of servitude would be plenty.
Our man in Dalamil mentioned that Kupka's guard haven't been seen there of late.
The calm before the storm, perhaps.
New hunts. West to Rhiannon's Ride. North of Sorrowwise.
I've done what I can, but the rest is up to you. You need to start taking better care of yourself.
Oh.
Understood. And thank you.
The curse has spread. Make sure she rests.
If it hurts, you can tell me, you know. I'll understand.
I can bear it.
But you shouldn't have to. Not anymore.
This isn't just your struggle, Clive. It's ours. And when we see how hard you fight, it inspires us to do the same. Or would you rather we left you to save the world all on your own?
No. That's not... Ignore me.
Mm.
Clive, where are you? In here.
Of course, man. I already knew, man, they weren't gonna do anything, right? It writes itself.
What's wrong?
Rosaria's under attack.
What?
Hopefully they still let me do the cycle.
This isn't the Dalmekian army we're talking about. It's the men of the Rock from Drake's Fang. Hugo Kupka's private guard. There is in hell in Rosalith, trying to batter down the castle gates.
Looking for me.
Seems that way. Reckon old Hugo has finally worked out who Sid really is.
Then this is just another trap.
Ah, it's a trap, all right. The daddy of all fucking traps.
I'm going to Rosalith.
You're not serious. That's exactly what he wants you to do, Clive.
Look.
I don't know why Kuka harbors such a grudge against Sid, but as long as it's left to fester, our world will never know peace. He has dragged the rest of Storm into this pointless war just to find me. Besides which, I am not about to stand and watch while my home gets ground into the dirt. Hugo Kuka must die.
I've lost enough friends to that man already. I don't want to lose any more. So let's go and kill the bastard.
I'm coming too. After all, we're in this together.
All right.
Is he actually gonna come this time? Old Gov here.
I should probably speak to Otto before leaving. We need to know what we're getting ourselves into.
First he wrecked our home, now he's wrecking yours. But he's not going to get away with it this time.
Back to Rosalith then. Whatever has become of her.
Right. I just forgot where they were, man. Like east of something. East of fucking Sorrowwise? I don't remember. We can come back and check later. Might be taking a break here in a few. We'll see. Get some food. Well, maybe depending on how late it gets, I might just do it tomorrow.
You've been pilgered nice and chilled.
Look at this place.
Let's hope the Draper has Hortense's cloth.
Might I interest you in some swansdown? Perhaps some seersucker?
Just some linen. 2 bolts. Already paid for in full.
Apologies, my lord, but your items aren't here. They were due to arrive on a caravan from Bocklad, but there's been little traffic on the road these past few days. My mother thinks it might be bandits, but she always thinks it's bandits.
It usually is. So I assume the caravan will be coming from the south.
Yes, hopefully carrying all manner of spice and sundries. Wait, you aren't thinking of...
Going to find it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh, well then, be safe.
Okay. Take me a warp first.
That damn bird's a menace!
She meant nothing by it, I swear.
How many times I gotta press X? Jesus.
Who's gonna buy my wares now? State your animals left them in.
But they hardly damaged us all.
Is there something wrong?
If you're a bandit come to steal my stuff, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. And all thanks to this fool.
But it was you who stepped into my path.
Only after that featherbrain trampled me. I demand recompense, be it in coin or the items you carry. Refuse, and I shall report you to the garrison and see you hanged.
These goods are expected in Northreach. I mean, they're not mine to give away.
You wouldn't happen to be on your way from Boklad, would you?
I am, but
He accuses
someone
of
from the
story.
market send you. Please, you have to help me. I can pay whatever you ask.
So the fool has protection. And coin, too. Sorry, friend, but we'll be the ones taking it. Oi! Killer! It's time to collect!
I told you not to call me that. And we'd have already collected if you hadn't insisted we'd put on this little act.
Bandits!
As I told one of your customers, it usually is. Let's get this over with.
I'll deal with the bird lover. You take the handsome one, killer.
Stop calling me that.
To me, boy.
Let's try.
I don't know if you could do that anymore.
Nice try.
And if you keep the combo going, it's got extra juice. I don't know if you could do the counter shot anymore. The Berserker band. But if I get a cooler dodge and then a stronger 4-chain combo, I mean, it's fine. I'll live. And I liked having that option.
All right. You made your point. Killer my ass.
Did he hurt you?
No, thankfully. He seemed intent on letting the bandit do his dirty work for him, and he would have succeeded had the Great Lender not sent you. My shipment is safe, and my livelihood with it. You must allow me to reward you.
We can speak of that once you're safe in Northreach. I'll accompany you there.
I'd hire some guards, brother.
So you and my mother were right. It is always bandits.
And were it not for the kindness of our free sword here, you'd be buying your order back from them at twice the price. Now, if you don't mind, I have a pressing appointment at the Vale before my return to Boklad. Farewell.
Oh, I almost forgot. I suppose you'll be wanting your linen. You'll be happy to know both bolts arrived safely along with the rest of the delivery. I've also added a few extra lengths of our finest fabrics to the bundle. Free of charge.
Are you sure?
My mother would insist. It's the least we can do for the man who saved our shipment.
That's that done then.
Where's your mother?
Now it's back to Hortense with her cloth.
Need to check the board again. I start, like I said, writing them down or taking pictures of these hunts, man.
Clive, sorry again for sending you all that way.
Don't worry. I have it. I believe this will more than satisfy your needs.
Let's see here. One bolt of red, one bolt of blue. What's this? I don't recall ordering any silk or velvet or... Is this gold work? Krieger's ghost. If that devilet of a draper expects me to pay for these...
You needn't worry on that score, Hortense. They were a gift. For services rendered. I can always return them if you like.
Oh, no. Oh, there's no need to be hasty now, Clive. I'm sure I can put all three to good use. Speaking of which one's most to your liking? Hmm?
I don't know.
Red, black.
This one, I suppose.
I've a mind to give a piece to Jill. Did you know she's quite the little seamstress?
I know needlecraft was amongst her lessons at the castle.
Her lessons? Oh, that's right. The two of you were raised together in Rosalith, weren't you?
Not quite together, but when my father put down the uprising in the Northern Territories, Jill was taken as a ward to ensure that her father, the Silvermane, would keep the peace.
She's an honest-to-goodness princess then, isn't she? I could tell, you know. Some people just have that air about them. Not many round here, mind.
Yeah, not like your
To
commoners.
sell her something that might be
The unwashed masses.
But she'd most likely turn me down, as she always does. Tell me not to waste the fabric when it's better used on the children.
Don't take it the wrong way. She certainly seems to be attached to the last outfit you made her.
Oh. Sometimes I think she never takes it off.
No, she does. We just saw that.
Or perhaps she'll make something for herself with your gift. Either way, I'm sure she won't turn it down.
We'll see, I suppose.
Damn, 500 for that one.
Lady Hortense said she'd give us our dresses soon. Said they'd be made of linen.
Not sackcloth. I've never had a dress made of linen.
No
It
sackcloth.
makes me proud to see her wearing my dress. I only wish she'd let me make her more.
We must be ready to leave for Rosalith at a moment's notice.
North of Sorrowwise and east of Rhiannon's Rise or some shit. Well, we can at least do this one on this quest.
Stay sharp.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we?
It'll take ages to tidy all this stuff.
use calling Ambrosia now. Ambrosia won't help me here. Let's go.
Company.
This might take a while.
Yes, which is why I'm leaving.
Thanks, Gal.
A nerd.
What the hell is this thing doing out in the ruins? Help me, boy. To me, boy. I'm hurt, Torgal. Nice try. Too slow. Help me, boy. Nice try. Get him! Over here! To me, boy. Guess we're all ready.
Money. Oh, there's the elect. Okay. So it's probably from these guys. That last one I made was unnecessary.
To ruin it returns.
Whatever. I got the material. It's not like it's a big deal. And you could say I used it to beat these guys. Also not really necessary. Considering I barely even use a potion. If I wanted just to play for survival, there's
The marshes near the
more you
Abbey
could
are
do.
certainly damp. Let's see if they're damp enough for Morgan beards. The size of a goblin's eye. Not this goblin. He certainly wasn't wrong about them being attracted to the flowers, though. Slow.
Help me, boy. Get him.
Nice try.
Maruda! Fire and I've heard talk of over here! Over here! This one.
Goblin.
Bright yellow. These are our Morgan beards, all right. Well, I've gone to this much trouble. There's something familiar about this scent. It reminds me of home. Hopefully this will be enough. I've had...
Now, where was this place they were talking about, man? So I could check my picture I took. 3 reeds? I got that one. West of Rhiannon's Rise. A ride.
She had a man agree. Mopping. Please, teach me.
Good girl.
Was it west of the Rise?
Just the one of you, eh?
I think it was west. I would put it right over here somewhere. Maybe it was east. I already forgot. That's why I take the pictures. Even with the pictures, I already forget. There we go.
You deserve a rest. thing won't free so close to the end. Time to take the bull by the horns.
Help me, boy.
I needed that. That's better. Bet we're all ready.
To me, boy. Over here. Help me, boy. Over here.
Too slow.
It like delays my timing now, which kind of sucks.
I'm hurt, Torgal. Over here. Get him. Go for it. To me, boy.
Nice try. Too slow. Not good. Thank I failed.
Oh, great. I should have just healed. I didn't think that would lock me in non-stop, dude. I also wish there was a place I could go and get like full healed. Running into every fight with like 10% health means I just have to spam the potions. So I try to like not use the potions. Save up money because there seems to be some pretty big guild dumps. And I end up not healing. It's odd, it seems like if you die, they full refill your potions. It's almost like it's better just to go out and get killed real quick to get yourself some potions and full health.
Why am I doing this?
Oops. That's alright. Get it off cooldown. This guy with this like ultra delays, man.
Nice try.
God, fucking delay.
Nice try. Find how. That's better.
Oops. I was supposed to be using the dog when I've been using potions. At least that hasn't been happening that often.
Nice try. Help me, boy. Awaken, win! Nice try. Yeah! Over here! To me, flames! Nice try. I'll be fine now.
Much better. I need to not be stingy on heals. Only 2 times I've died in this game is because I'm being stingy on heals trying to save a buck, man. And I underestimate the damage.
The locals will sleep easier without him at their gate.
Did not mean to use some of those heals there. Alright. Agreed. Oh god, summer cannot be gone soon enough, but won't be for a while. Super hot in here. AC just can't keep up. Shitty. This place is poorly insulated or something, man. really use the Ramu range thing. I like the moves, but we could just try to master them. But mastering Judgment Blow gonna take 10 fucking years, man. Thing is, Garuda's is useful. This one's really good, so I'd rather just equip shit to Garuda's. I could put Ignition on this. Then I wouldn't want to get rid of Heatwave. We'll have to see what we get in the future. That'll be useful in the future, though. We really would want to master stuff on a form you don't want to be using. Which, I don't really want to be using Phoenix form. Phoenix Shift's not that great. So I'd have to master Heatwave too. I do like both of those. Could master Heatwave and Ignition, then put them on Garuda. And then swap Phoenix out for something else. Since I don't like its basic. And keep Ramu. We'll see what we get going for. I'm sure Titan will be the next one. Where they're building it up.
It is rare that we see you so often in the backyard, Cid. What brings you to the gardens?
I think you know.
I found your flowers. Yes, yes, wonderful. These are almost identical to the plates in my tome. Did you have any trouble locating them?
Finding them was the easy part, but it's odd. They remind me of my childhood somehow. I don't remember these flowers specifically, but we must have grown them in the castle garden. If the petals are meant to improve the effectiveness of medicines,
It's over, dude.
it's possible that the court physicers grew them for the tinctures and treatments they made my brother.
If the ducal healers were convinced of their properties, that is all the more reason to begin growing our own supply here.
The ducal.
Allow me to use some of the flowers you brought me to make something that might aid you on your travels.
Better
Only a
potions?
moment to extract the essence from the petals. And here we are. A phial of pure Morganbeard extract.
Okay.
A single drop added to any one of your restoratives will increase its potency. At least I hope it will.
So is that an upgrade for my potions or what? Necessary for increasing consumable, but cool. How much? Cool. Awesome. How much do they do now? Another 4%. 8%. 99 seconds. I haven't gotten a strength one again. Since I accidentally used them. I don't know if you just don't find those in the world or what. Gotta buy them. I don't think anything's been so serious I need to buy them. Accidentally used them on Doggo Man.
Let us know if you find any
Back, are ya? What do you want? Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Scarletite. And a gelatinous man.
Not my best work, but it'll do. That it? Fine.
Well, don't just stand there, God. You'll not find a better price than that.
The strength ones aren't even that pricey.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
I'm playing hard to get, old lady. Can't say it every time, right? No, you're bullshit.
You look well, Clive. I wish I could say the same for Jill. Is she all right?
He's dead.
We must be ready to leave for Rosalith at a moment's notice.
Don't. What?
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? Here you are.
Cleric's medallion plus what?
Come again. I may have.
I've been using the basic. Ooh, 40%. Bigly.
All for ya.
We got everything here. That's good. They don't put too many hunts. They're fun to go do, but you know, you don't do like a million really boring ones. Bore-ass quests.
I trust you wrapped up warm.
Guy's basement.
Here for another of my lectures. What is it that you wish to learn? Very good.
I'd like to check the scholar guy, but I mean, we're right here, so let's go ahead. See if there's any quests too hiding around.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye? Think you can help?
Gov gave you the news then?
We're leaving for Rosalith. But not before I know exactly what's going on. What have we heard?
All sorts. Nobody was expecting the Delmex to open up a new front against the Empire, least of all our friends in the provinces. Reports have been rolling in from all over the place, with no two saying the same thing. I've been passing them on to Vivian, in the hope she can make sense of them. If you're set on going, you'll want to talk to her.
Oh, cocky Vivian.
Ah, if it isn't my favorite pupil.
Enough of
Let's
the
see
bullshit.
now. Where did we leave?
Well, this is a surprise. My lectures are rarely so well attended.
Yeah, we know you're a teacher. You're
You know what
amazing.
they say? A little knowledge,
I don't like this person.
We're going to Rosalith to deal with Kupka. What's the situation there?
Whoa there, Lord Rossfield. I'm sure you're champing at the bit to return to your roost. But to fully understand the present situation, one must first understand how it came to be.
Okay. I like them doing this. I don't like this fucking character. a lot of
Let us
lot of
begin with the
bullshitting.
story of Hugo Kupka, or the permanent economic advisor to the Dalmekian government, to give him his formal title. In a republic founded on commerce, there could hardly be a more influential position. It has granted him both extraordinary wealth and extraordinary power. Not that he ever wanted for the latter. Being Titan's dominant, he is also Dalmekia's last line of defense, a fact he has used to his considerable advantage. Why, he was even able to pry Drake's Fang, one of the pillars of the Republic, from Parliament's grip. And he was quick to buy the loyalty of the Fang's protectors. Today they are his faithful creatures, a private army in all but name. The self-same army that marches upon Rosarian soil as we speak. By which I mean Imperial soil, not that you need reminding of the fact. Suffice it to say, the Empire's attentions are elsewhere at present, deadlocked as it is with Dalmekia over its occupation of the Crystalline Dominion, where its legions are now gathered. Scarcely a handful of garrisons remain to secure its western provinces, and half of them left after the fall of Drake's Breath. With the threat of the Ironblood thus diminished, they had little cause to fear a maritime invasion. And so today, only a token force guards the former duchy's shores, as Kupka was quick to descry. He landed his troops on the Rosarian coast without encountering so much as a single ship. All for you, Clive. He wants your head. And so he and his men advance upon Rosalith, not to capture the province, but to draw you out. You said Kupka's forces sailed up the coast. What of Port Isolde then? Is the city safe? Quite, according to the Guardians of the Flame. The Dalmekian fleet floated by without incident, but not without remark. When they learned Kupka's forces were making for Rosalith, our friends were quick to begin arranging the exodus of her citizens. And so the stage will soon be set for your heroic homecoming. Alas, it will be a more trying task to enter the capital than it was to leave it. Hugo's men hold Buett Bridge, despite the Imperials' repeated attempts to wrest it back from their grasp. And they were careful not to repeat the Empire's mistake in neglecting their coastal defenses. The seas around Rosalith are firmly under Dalmekian control. So tell me, pupil mine, what do you believe to be the best route to Rosalith?
The north. We cross the northern border near Phoenix Gate, then take the road through Stillwind down to the capital. Hardly the quickest route, but at least we won't be spotted.
A little local knowledge goes a long way, and so must you.
We'd best get a move on then.
Oh, will you be going too?
Aye. I've been waiting a long time to give that fucker a taste of his own medicine. I would have missed this for the world.
All right. We should be on our way.
Lead on.
Yeah, fuck up. That was a good curse. I mean, he's that kind of rough and tumble dude anyways. Oh, we're just warping there, dude. I guess might as well. We've already in the whole deal.
fortify the castle gates at once.
Hugo and his men have been busy. They've already breached the castle's outer wall. The Imperials are holding the ground for now, but it's only a matter of time before the keep falls. Those fuckers really went to town on this place. Almost like they want to wipe it off the map.
Just a means to an end.
All this for one man? They didn't have to go so far.
If you keep your wits about you, I reckon you can make it up to the castle without raising the alarm. I'll sniff out any townsfolk who haven't escaped yet and send them on their way.
Be careful.
Likewise. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Turn into a super nuke, dude. Dominant. You can't do a whole lot, buddy. He's a good scout. That's what he's here for. Man.
I thought I was ready for this, but...
I know. It's like a nightmare. This was our home. Come on, Clive. We have to keep going.
I'm just wondering who gave... What's his ass? Kupka the head. Yeah, shit wasn't Clive. I mean, Clive did kill her, but...
This isn't an invasion. It's a massacre.
He'll stop at nothing, Clive. Nothing.
Why do this?
Jesus, shit's probably just working him anyways, man. What a loser.
Clive, we can get through here.
Way, I loved him, mate.
It's
murderous.
There's only one fitting punishment.
Murdering them. This one sucks so much. I'd definitely be down to get rid of that. Hell, maybe I will. Because on bosses, I mean, yeah, it does a lot of stun, I guess. If you can use it at the right time. When I swap it out for Rising Flames. I'll use it, it's fine. It just takes forever and doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. It's not really fun to use in a normal fight. So we're not really air comboing for long or anything.
I yield! I yield!
what we have here.
Gentlemen!
Gentlemen.
Bravo! Escape!
Cut them down! With me, men! For the Emperor!
Oof.
Out of our way!
Help me, boy.
Farewell.
Yeah, maybe I'll swap ignition to something else.
Come on, take him!
To me, boy.
There's him.
I'm hurt, Torgal.
Yeah, the finale, I didn't want to like build it up too much, but like the finale makes the whole thing like fun, yeah, for sure. How'd you like the James bits? the James guitar bits. Yeah, they're good. The James guitar stuff, that song he is always singing is what people always make fun of. Yeah, that's the part where everybody starts feeling it a little bit. Then it's fine. What was the song again? I'm trying to remember how it goes, man. Pretty funny though. The James shit. He didn't do it that often. Yeah, it's just more that that's kind of like the... I think like the lowest point. It's all the James bullshit. So after the fact, you just kind of remember that song. All that goofy shit. Yeah. It wouldn't be a thing if it wasn't, yeah. There's so much wacky James shit post Leland in season 2. It's definitely not a big deal. That's just the parts I remember in season 2, except the ending, which is really cool.
It's the out. Get out of my city or die.
Watching the movie next then. Cool, you've been binging it. That's how I was on it.
You're finished.
Cool, have fun. I might get some food here. Decided.
We're nearly at the castle.
Yeah, the movie is pretty interesting. Season 3 is pretty fucking slick. It's for pile drive. Another movie thing. I don't remember. There's stuff that what's his face? The other guy who works on it. Not just David Lynch, but the other dude. Something White, Forrest, something, what's his name? Yeah, he just makes a bunch of random shit that people don't consider canon at all. Like books and stuff. I don't know what the other movie's about. So yeah, I'd look in to see if maybe he did Mark Frost, if he did those or not. They might not actually be something you want to dig into. I can't say for certain on that. I don't remember, but there's definitely some funky stuff like that. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, you'd have to look it up. If it's some kind of Mark Frost bullshit, it's just gonna be like a cash-in thing. Like I said, his books and stuff are that way, I think. Feature-length compilation of deleted extended scenes from Twin Peaks Firewalk with Me, a 1992 film directed by David Lynch, written by Lynch and Robert Engels, released over 20 years after the movie and the original series ended in 3. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about that. I don't remember if I watched that. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to watch. I have to look into it though, I'm sure. Oops. I'm using that. And then maybe if I do like a full watch again. All the context, it's been a while. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what all it would like build into. Because Firewalk with Me is definitely a bit more connected to season 3, but I don't know if that was just kind of like a bonus thing they threw in, or something Lynch wanted to have in the first place, or there's a reason they cut shit out. I don't know. I don't remember if I watched it. My stomach started hurt. This, whatever this is doing number on me.
Set her loose.
They have a curl.
Yeah, all James. It's all just the song the whole time. Yeah, got like armored whiskers.
Attack!
Ready?
Attack.
What do you think?
Give me the...
It's building up to something.
We need to stop it. Whatever it takes.
To me, boy.
It's down.
Then let's make this count.
Fucking nice. Loud combat. Very loud. Whisker. How the metal got there in the first place. Metal correlate.
Jill!
We meet at
Oh, Jill.
last, Sid. Or should I say Lord Rosfield? I've been looking for you.
And then all of a sudden we just turn around and the Yakuza warp just happens, man.
You for a very long time.
Let her go, Kuka.
How did I not see that shit?
I'm so glad you accepted my invitation. I went to some trouble with the decorations. Do you like what I've done with the place?
Bastard.
Such a pity your predecessor couldn't join us. But I am sure you will prove compelling company. Be still, little snowflake. I would not have you melt before your starring moment.
She's got some special cuffs.
Fuck.
Good work, Jill. I don't know how they caught them in the middle of all this fighting. Epic plan.
Now, on to the festivities.
The dog, dude. Always the dog to save the day. Too many jobbers, man. I need an army of fucking dogs instead.
That's just great, that is. I suppose it's up to me then.
Gav main character too? Stealth section? Surely they would have known that they came with Gav. Maybe not.
Headsman!
Headsman!
Where do you want me?
You! Bring the prisoner!
I need a guy this big, man.
Yes, no more than she deserves for getting into bed with an outlaw.
We should get into mine.
Lord Kupka commands your presence. You're to bear witness to the girl's execution.
Such a waste.
Based guy.
Gav.
Gav. I call him Gov. The fucking accents, dude. Gov.
Crystal fetters are a bastard to open, just so you know. But don't worry, I'll have them off before you can blink.
Where's Jill?
In the courtyard.
Shit.
He's good.
We have to hurry.
The Imperials have sounded the retreat and cleared out of the castle, but the place is still swarming with Kupka's men.
Leave them to me.
I'll make my way up top and circle round the back. Quick as you like, eh?
That Gav's gonna get killed, man.
Nearly forgot.
Hold on, Jill. I'm coming.
So we're fighting Kupka here. Maybe somebody's gonna take his land. My big question is, we beat up Kupka here, the hell are we fighting when we go destroy his crystal? I mean, I guess we could just fight random shit, right? We did in the last ones.
Don't you let her die.
I hope you've got a plan, Clive, because we are fucked if you don't.
Plan, walk in and say, hey, quit that. Dude, this dog, dude. It's a fucking machine. You know, the eyeball, man. That one doll had an eyeball. What's with the eyeball? Thought we were gonna. They was gonna show us what happened, though.
It's a bloody wolf!
I guess Kupka didn't. He figured, hey, we'll just cut her head off anyways, dude. I thought he was waiting, dude. Or is this just like some contrived drama? Was he just gonna show the head afterwards, or what? The fuck? This one, could he do that? Evolution? What the? Super Torgal, dude. This is no mere pupper.
Jill, can you stand?
Oh damn, he did it quicker than
Come, Lord Rosfield. Don't tell me you tire of my entertainment.
Enough!
Yes. Perhaps it is time we served the main repast. I trust you are hungry!
Need this?
Much obliged.
Torgal 2.
Stay close. We're getting out of here. And Torgal, thank you.
Take all of
Care to explain what the fuck your dog just did?
Later, everyone. With me. That includes you, Tokol.
Where did this lot come from?
Jill, can you still fight?
I can try.
Over here! Over here!
Still breathing, are you?
Excellent. Then Lord Kupka's reward shall be ours.
I thought bad news always came in threes.
Let them come. This one.
Give me the... Yeah!
This one. Get him. This one. Over here.
It's over.
Maybe we'll fight Koopa. I doubt Koopa would just like retreat. Or maybe she'll take over Koopa's place. That would make more sense.
It's over.
For now. But I bet that wasn't the last of them.
What, did he just walk
They
away?
won't stop hunting us until Kupka's dead. So you get in there and finish the job, eh?
Go on. If they come again, we'll hold them back.
All right. But be careful.
Come with me, dog. Or not. Time for some set piece battling.
I promise you, Sid. You'll die by my hand.
Anything good up here? That's always good. More heals.
Kupka.
You're late. Trouble on the way.
Just enjoying your entertainment.
How gratifying. Have you come to defend your father's throne, Lord Rosfield? The Grand Duchy of Rosaria. A realm without a ruler.
He's totally gonna break it, isn't he, man?
Even a people. A veritable kingdom of dust. Truly, I see no throne to defend.
No! Enough of your games, Kupka. Just tell me what you want.
Sid's head in a box. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief to learn that you had taken up his thrice-damned name.
No, he knows that much, at least.
Your master slew Benedicta Harmon and defiled her body. If you choose to bear that murderer's name, then you shall answer for his crimes.
The only crimes I shall answer for are my own.
Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving.
And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo.
It was you. You killed her.
I did.
Then I am fortunate indeed. I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me.
Who cut her head off, though, and sent it to him?
But it seems I was wrong.
Oh, it could have been the Duchy lady.
And I shall have my revenge. We shared a dream. I would be the king of the world.
This guy is such a fucking cock,
She
man.
would be my queen. And together, we would rule like the gods we
I
are.
think she was just using you, brother.
But you crushed that dream, ground it into dust. Hear me, Rosefield! You will pay for what you've done. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands.
I hope Clive knows how to full prime trigger, man.
How many people have you killed? How many dreams have you crushed?
You're not the only one who's seen their world fall apart around them. You'll get no pity from me, Kupka. No pity. And no mercy.
Fuck you.
Now die!
No, that's not interesting.
It is time you learned what becomes of those who dare to cross me.
Cross! I'll kill you!
Nice try.
try. Too slow.
Die by my hand, Rustfield. My hatred for you is unending, unyielding. Let this palace be your grave!
What? Oh, shit.
$500 damage. Crazy, man.
The world has chosen. I am in my element. There's no escape. The earth will always be my domain.
Let's try. Too slow.
Ugh. Just like your forefathers. Your journey ends now!
Nice try.
This is my domain!
Too slow. Nice try.
Now we gotta fight him in Biggly mode, I'm sure. Pretty well. Set piece mode. Best man.
My hands!
Kill him here, man. He's gonna let him go sicko mode, of course.
Son of a whore!
Why would you just sit there, man? Like, I'd chop him up, dude.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Fucking nubs. This guy's supposed to be smart, but he seems like the biggest idiot. Just falls for some ploys of some chick. Play like a fiddleman.
I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, hell of a job, Hopper.
There. You mustn't get yourself worked up.
Wait!
Another time, Mythos.
Mysterious. just gonna activate him whenever then.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Well, load of scum. Who the fuck invited them? Not that that's the biggest surprise we've had today. Where did you learn to do that?
Well, that one king of Eluder definitely wanted to unite all the dominants and shit, so makes sense he'd grab him. Did look like his right-hand man, but seems to know more about it than just that, so he called him by the alien name there.
Not telling, eh? Suit yourself.
Gav, we have to find Clive.
Right, sorry.
Chandler, come on, man, don't give me that dumb shit.
You missed one.
We were worried.
So was I. I was so close. If it hadn't been for my gift, I would have finished him.
I'm just glad you got out of there alive.
When did the Royalists arrive?
Right after you went inside. Just when we thought we were shot of Titans lot. In pile Odins. Not enough of them to worry us, though.
No. You didn't see the one who took Kuka away.
So, what? You think they came here to save him? Well, I'll be fucked if I know what's going on, but every minute we spend racking our brains, that bastard's getting further away. So what do we do?
We go back to the hideaway. I'm too tired to think. As are you, by the looks of it. And after what Jill's been through. Let's worry about Kuka later, shall we?
Aye. All right. That'll give us a chance to solve the riddle of your magic mud, too. Hey, how you feeling? Ready to go home?
Well, it's not totally fucked. Just kind of fucked. At least the castle's good. Well, not right on the inside. And here I thought we'd fight the big man. I guess that's coming up. Just give us power a sockle though.
Just look at the state of you. You're more of a wreck than this place. Is this what you call taking better care of yourself? No more excuses, your ladyship. I order you to rest. Fine. I'll rest.
Good.
Don't worry, Gav. She's in good hands.
But we should have never let her fall into Hugo's. Back when he had some like. The question is,
Back when he
where
had
is he
some.
now?
And what the hell were those royalists doing
Let
there?
me fucking end.
I was wondering about that all the way home.
Otto may have heard something. I'll talk to him.
And I'll talk to Tomes.
The lawsman? About what?
About your faithful hound for a start. If any four-legged friend's ever done that before, I'm betting Tomes will have read about it. But what I want to know is, what happens afterwards? It's all well and good Torgal saving our arses, but if it costs him what it cost Jill...
Right. Let me know if you learn anything.
Will do. And you do the same, eh?
Jill, listen to Taya.
I will. Thank you.
Captain's orders. Big block. Interesting. Lala. Yeah. That looks cool. Fat damage on these. These look cool though. I can't upgrade them for shit yet, but I don't know how much I'll use the block, but the attack's cool. If I'm feeling crazy, I might. What to see about that one? Time precisely the first strike and block an attack. Changes the follow-up attack, increases potency. And you can tap it to keep it going. Cool. I think I might like that one better than this. The height changes how much damage it does. I don't care about blind justice. So if I like some of these moves, I'm willing to pop them onto this. I would want to get fucking Judgment Bolt maxed out. But Jesus, dude, 3100. to get to rank 2. And then to master it's even more. It's like, god damn, brother. I hope not too much of this is designed for New Game Plus. I'm not doing like another playthrough, man. New Game Plus is cool and all, but just be able to mix and match to my heart's content in this one and just not get 100% on everything in the long run. It's hot. Hey. Ooh. Hawks cry, cleft, and rosary.
How are you doing? Here you go. Always something in there.
Otto, is now a good time?
It's not a bad one. How's Jill doing?
Oh, she's been better. Ty is making sure she gets the rest she needs.
Good.
Any word on Kupka's movements?
Vivian's doing what she can to try and track him, but she's feeding on scraps. We've sent ours out to the Ghostbreakers and our other friends in the West, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet, but it's only a matter of time.
All right. Let me know when you find something.
There he is. All
Who?
right, Clive. Still busy saving the world.
Who are you?
Mid. When did you get back?
Just now.
New waifu.
What about your studies?
Adjourned. Since Hugo Kupka invaded Rosaria. All the canvassers in uproar about it. He's gone mad. He's turned rogue. It'll be us next. You try concentrating with all of that.
All right. You win.
How long will you be staying this time?
Dunno. A while, most likely. Any road, while I'm here, I was hoping you could do us a favour.
Who the fuck is Mid anyways? We're supposed to know her?
You can't just expect me to...
Please, oblige her. While we are busy tracking down Kupka, you should have a little time to spare.
Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Shouldn't you have it buried in a dusty old tome?
I did, till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air, which successfully scattered the painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
Get a door.
I'll take that as a compliment. Well, Clive, you heard the professor. So, I'll meet you in the storeroom when you're done.
Wait, hold on. Breath of fresh air. Bloody tempest, more like.
Okay.
Oi.
New season, new character.
You got my guild.
Huh? What are you on about?
My fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying.
That little...
The storeroom, was it? I wonder what Mid's plotting.
Her outfit says she's the main character.
Blackthorn may be the manliest of men, but he does lack a certain tenderness. Goots, meanwhile, is as burly as a behemoth, but as innocent as a babe in arms.
This is just super horny lady.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
You took your time.
Every time you talk to
I'm a
her.
busy man, Mid.
I'll get to the point then. I want to turn the room down there into a workshop like the one I had at Dad's place.
Mid, you've only just come back.
And I've been thinking about it for a while. Dad said I had a knack for engineering, told me everything he knew about it, then sent me off to Canva to learn everything he didn't. That was his dream for me, that one day I'd put my studies to use for the good of the cause.
Oh wait, Mid's fucking Sid's daughter. That's right. Now I know. We did the side quest.
But I'm helping no one stuck at school. I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work. I know that I can help the people here, and I want to do it.
Well, well, well. If Sid could see you now. All right. I'll tell Otto you'll be staying.
I knew you'd say yes. Which is why I wrote up a list of jobs for you.
For me?
Who else?
What do you want me to do?
First things first, I need equipment and materials to start making my own. There's the designs for the stuff I need, and the stuff it needs smithing from. The other materials I can work myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on for me. Apart from the wood, I'll need a carpenter for that, but I can just borrow yours.
Is that everything?
For now. I'll let you know if I need out else.
How is this gonna help us? I just don't know.
Where to start? Materials and tools. That means Karen and Blackthorn.
Blackthorn may be the manliest of men.
Well, we do have a hunt we could go on. Although I want to go talk to Blackthorn and see if we got anything we can grab. Also, I don't know if we'll have a party member.
Was wondering where you'd got to. Mid's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Just now. She's planning to set up a workshop in the stores and ask me to buy her some materials. Here's the list.
It's in a big list.
Think you can find everything on there?
This lot. Won't be much of a trader if I couldn't.
Mooch.
Excellent. As for payment,
It's paid.